11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
All right, welcome everybody to our Daily Gun Show. Come to you live every weeknight at midnight Eastern, and we talk about guns for an hour. So it's Christmas, and it's episode 1200 something. So let's see, we're gonna throw a link out there because unlike some of the other scripted chats that hide behind their highly edited, produced formats, we are a conversation about guns. So we'll put our money where our links are, and you can click on that link and then join the conversation, talk about stuff that's related to guns. And if you're in the text chat, it says there's 9 people out there. You can be part of the conversation. It's not bleachers. You're not in the audience. You are on a computer. So you've got a keyboard there. You got a microphone if you want to use it. Other things available to you. And that way we share and evolve the conversation to become difficult adversaries for the anti-freedoms. So if anybody's going to jump in, that's good. Otherwise, I don't feel real good. So I'm either getting sick, or I'm tired, or I'm sick and tired of the anti-2A rhetoric. Anyway, I'm going to blow my nose. All right, well, I guess there's no show today. It was Christmas, but got shut down by, I don't know, anti-Christmas, something like that. Barbecue out there. Looks like the kiddos had some fun with the presents, or at least you forced them into acting like they had some fun with them. Imagine.
Oh no, they loved it.
Yeah, I never would have thought. I just always figured they were for adults and stuff. When you're a little kid, and I had them, never cared that much about patches. So it's kind of neat. I never thought about it. So what are we chatting about tonight? There's 8 people out there. I guess you jumped in. You were the 9th person. Oh shit! It's a Friday. Somebody bought something. 2 people bought something. That's 4 people in the last 2 weeks. Thank you for that. Oh, somebody bought a whole bunch of shit. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I had went to pull out the phone. I told the kids, hold on. And by the time I got the phone out, they were already starting to rip everything open. I was like, oh, crap.
Very cool. Well, now that I'm talking, I realize that, I don't think I feel good or something because I've just been laying there. The dog had, I don't know where she went. She left now, I guess. I think. So she's got some issue with noises. So I really can't stay near, I can't go to shooting ranges, and I can't go near anything with loud noises that's loud like that, like booming, I guess. She freaks out. So kind of comes and goes. She doesn't react the same all the time. But today, for some reason, somebody's shooting off fireworks because of Christmas, I guess. And she decided to freak out about it. So I was in there laying down with her, and then I realized the show's supposed to start. So I woke up, came in here, but I'm about half asleep. I could go back to sleep, or we keep chatting. Either way, either I had a nap, I'm good to go, or it's over. One of the two. But there's a link. We'll see what happens. Make barbecue do it all. You just had Christmas.
Yeah, barbecue can do it. I can manage it.
Oh, if that was erstwhile, then thanks for that. I will throw some extras in there for you for sure. In fact, I will definitely throw some extras in there so you can see some of the stuff we got in mind for the project. But yeah, I'm not even talking. My lungs hurt, so I don't think I must have the diseases.
That's those Bloomberg plants. They gave you the Rona over those live chats. That's how they're getting us now.
Yeah, I'm not susceptible to that, but yeah, it could have been something else. I go around licking things all the time, and if something's free, I'll eat it. So I don't have a lot of scrutiny on stuff as long as it's free. But yeah, now it's actually taking effort to open my lungs and shit. So I guess it's over. Nobody else jumping in. Barbecue's gonna have to do it all. Everybody's showing up tonight too because of it's Christmas. They're all just gonna watch the Christmas fail. Christmas failure. Barbecue tried to do Christmas by himself. He didn't steal Christmas. So let's try to save Christmas. It was overwhelming though. Yeah, that literally hurt to.
That's no good. Say, got the kids their ARs today too, and they were too busy playing with their other toys. So I'm gonna give them one more chance tomorrow to start helping me get them build up and everything. And if they are preoccupied with other stuff, I'm gonna tell them, all right, well, they're mine. It's kind of a win-win.
Oh, okay. So I heard you say that the other day, but I didn't realize they had like just a few hours to act. I thought it was like at some point in the future if you don't build it.
Well, I don't want them sitting around for weeks or months in the boxes, mainly because the boxes take up room, and with where I want to put the boxes, it wouldn't be the most ideal for storing gun parts. Could get a little drafty in that area, so I want to at least get them built. That way they can get put away and whatnot. So if they don't want to take the initiative to take care of it, then I'll just put them together myself, and they'll be mine. I mean, the little guys, his doesn't count because he's 2, so it's not like he's gonna really help out that much anyways, and definitely not gonna retain anything from it. Just got his because I didn't want him being left out. But the oldest 2, I understood that they wanted to play with their other toys and stuff today, but like I said, tomorrow, all that playing was done today. They can take the initiative to start doing that, and that way we can get them put away.
Damn, like the Borg. You had time to play on Christmas. Now it is time to assemble Second Amendment implements.
Exactly. Tyranny doesn't ever stop.
Not like the Borg because they're not plugged in. Like they have a choice. They can either become Second Amendment or fail. Now, do you kick them out of the nest? Do you have to do you make them live outside or trade them off? Like, trade in for new kids?
If they don't want to be 2A enough, I'll say we'll just kick them outside, and I'll try and make new ones with somebody else.
Let's see. So, for more guests, feel free to jump in. There's a link. See, like unlike the other chats that put a dividing line, right? Like they put the internet. You're on one side of the internet, and they're on the other side of the internet, and you get to watch what they say on the internet, and you get to hear their opinion. And if you're lucky, you get to make them. You get to pay them for that, I guess. But in this chat, like it's free, and yeah, like I make you do the work. You get to be part of this conversation. So the only thing I do is want to have the conversation be about something that's valid and not some bogus rip-off copy of a conversation where people talk about what they heard other people say, because I don't live that life. I want to keep going. But otherwise, let's see. I think it was muted when I was saying this before. I don't have a lot of air in me, so it's not going to last very long tonight. First of all, I'll say, oh, wait. First of all, saying what you put an RMR or a Holosun. I don't believe in the Chinese ripoffs of shit. Here's how things work. There's somebody gets an idea to do something and then they develop it. And then it becomes a product or not. Oftentimes, if it's a decent product and it's rugged or something, people like it, it'll catch on. And then they can do even more development. And then either the develop takes off and goes somewhere or, gets honed to what it was originally designed to be more perfectly. Either way, some asshole from another in what do you call that, economy, who I think they're bigger than us by twice or something. With all kinds of resources, manufacturing opportunities, and unfortunately, a willing population of consumers in a capitalist society are willing to purchase that crap. So they'll like buy one, maybe, or steal it, go to the show and take pictures of it, so I don't have to buy one, and then they just make it. Right, make the same thing, and they go, "Hey, look, we made one the same size. That's better. It's different." Because guess what? We don't pay Social Security. Guess what? We don't pay health insurance. Guess what? We don't give anybody a Christmas break or nothing like that. They have a Chinese holiday break. They do give them that. I think the government pays for that though. And if it's made in Europe, of course, they don't ever work. They have mostly vacations all year. But when you're over here trying to develop stuff and pay people actual wages that you have to live off of, and then I think they make a profit and they market, and that means they spend money in stupid magazines that kind of suck, and on the TV that blows and such things. It's still dead media. So they spend money and all that. Now some people want to punish them for that and buy the Chinese crap. I'm not down for that. And then as far as I know, the RMR works all the damn time, and I don't know. People that have Holosuns are often not using their guns in the same way that an RMR person would. So I don't know. I don't pay attention to reviews and shit. I just pay attention to what people who have to use it for a living use. And they hardly ever go, "Oh, we could save a couple of bucks by buying this," or "It's just as good." All that being said, I don't put optics on my guns, on my handguns for damn sure. But Christmas, so we're supposed to buy shit. I guess if you're in another chat, they would give you a link to both place you could buy either one. Talk about how much they cost or whatever. I'd rather talk about how evolution of technology works. I think we're going to see more of them because of old people, bad eyes, probably, and good marketing, right?
I still want to actually try one because I think I might actually be able to use one to aim.
Maybe. I worked with a guy that was building a thing for low vision that was basically one without the electronics, just a ring, basically. So it kind of folded down or whatever I think his did. But yeah, the idea was to make like a ghost ring basically for a pistol. But 6 years before it was a thing, so nobody even considered it. Do I have an affiliate store? Nah. Well, I do, I guess, but I don't even know how to get a link to it. So I would recommend using somebody who you like, who pays attention to their Amazon store. If I've been doing this for a long time, 16 years or something, with websites and social platforms and other things. And I don't think I've ever brought in more than like $34 in a month. And that's like the most amazing month ever. Like I've never brought in, there's been years where I don't even bring $34 in from Amazon. You get so little, you get 3%. So if somebody goes in and buys a book or a thing, then you get 3%. So nickels and dimes, literally. And then if somebody buys something big like a television or something that costs $100, maybe you get a little bit more than a dime. But once that accumulates or adds up, there's money, I guess. Although all I've ever heard is people that say they make money on Amazon. I've never made money on Amazon. So anyway, I appreciate the sentiment, but I wouldn't expect anybody to find my link. I really just have it because if you don't have them, then they tend to not give you another one or tend to take it away or whatever if you're not using it. So I have them and they are set up, and the only thing that ever goes through them is people that accidentally find them. I think we had one on gun channels back in the day, and that's where it was, it existed. I don't know if it even exists anymore out there now. Which reminds me, I probably should go set it up somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say I never even thought about that before, but I spend an average about $200 every month on Amazon, and that's extra money that I could be throwing in your pocket.
Don't worry about me. Let's say every other person though that you care about that's using an Amazon one, yeah, use an Amazon link if you're going to buy something. All that happens is you go to the, let's say it's Clover, or let's say it's the FPC, or let's say it's something else, some organization you like that has a link on their website or on their social platform. That's all you really need. And then when you click on that, all that happens is a cookie goes into your computer. So that's how it happens. It's not like there's magic. It's just that there's like a little post-it note that gets stuck on your way in, and it's like they slap, but they pat you on the back. It's like we pat you on the back and say, "Thanks, man." And when we do that, we put a post-it note on there, and it says, like Clover sent you, or FPC sent me, something like that. So then, as you're checking out, actually everything you look at on there, but as you check out is what matters. It'll say, hey, look on that guy and see if there's a sticky notepad that says where he came from. And if there is, then they credit that person, and you got a little exchange happen. Like I say, 3% usually, not even a lot. But then the way that works is, let's say you go in and you want to do that, and you go to let's say Clover Store or FPC or something like that, but you're using a cookie washer, or I should say a pop-up blocker, because you don't like to get ads when you go places. You don't play like that. Well, guess what? Then you're not helping anybody either, because there's no cookies on your machine. That's one of the things pop-up blockers do usually, is make sure there's no cookies. So unless you got that thing fine-tuned to accept cookies sometimes, or ask you every time so you can decide if you want the cookie, it's something that should happen in the background. And that's there's about a million other little things that can happen, I guess, because it is a little fragile mechanism. But in the most part, most people don't have some kind of thing wiping their back off, basically, something that stops little sticky notes from accumulating, which can be annoying. So people do have that. It's legitimate. Anyway, so that's how Amazon works. Amazon is, I don't even know. It's like of all the ways you could possibly make money on the internet, it's the most fragile, least productive. It's like collecting aluminum cans, but not doing it good. Like just collecting one can at a time, and then occasionally once a year going to the aluminum place. Not like somebody who walks around with a shopping cart doing nothing but collecting aluminum cans and probably making a living. Definitely not that. There is that guy out there making money like that on Amazon. The rest of everybody, you're like throwing them an aluminum can as you drive by. So are you giving them money? Maybe. But they also have to have a big stinky thing of aluminum cans, and then they got to drag them somewhere once in a while, which is the equivalent of dealing with Amazon, in my opinion. It's not the worst thing on the internet, but it is. If you went to a Kmart right now, today, Christmas 2020, if it was open, you went into a Walmart, that's what's going into Amazon is like. It's like, it's legit. Everybody knows what a Kmart is, right? Except you go in there and you're like, the hell, is it 1980? Like, did they not buy a store fixture ever? Like, since they opened this store? That's pretty much what Amazon looks like. It looks like they built Amazon in 1994, and then they've updated it like 5 times since then, because they don't have to. They're Amazon. So everybody knows what they need can just go in and find it. You don't notice it from the normal side of Amazon, but when you go into the business side of Amazon, it's like going into an old-fashioned bus station or something. You know where stuff's at because it's always been there, but it's boring and it's an echo. It's just shitty. Anyway, that's how their payment stuff is too. It's old-fashioned and slow and shitty. But anyway, I appreciate it. And like you say, a lot of people do use Amazon, so I don't want to discourage the process at all. Think about the nonprofits you go with, because they usually have the most prominent and they have the most people using it. So it actually helps the most, if that makes sense. Like if you just throw a nickel at me on Amazon, 17 months from now, I'll get $1. So, I mean, thanks. I'd rather have $1 than a kick in the face or whatever. But you know what I mean? If you're throwing $1 at Clover every 6 months, you might as well just throw $1 into the $17,000 that'll go to FPC this month, and buy a sticker from Clover or something. Like, that's all I'm getting at. Is Amazon's not a great mechanism, but it is worth using every time if you think about it. If you like, oh, I want to support FPC, and one time I went to FPC and today I'm going to Amazon, that don't work. You want to really support them, you got to go to FPC's website, find their damn link, click on it, buy the shit immediately. Even though it's a pain in the ass, that's really the only, at least unless somebody knows something I don't, that's about the only way to ensure that the cookie ain't going to get expired or deleted or forgotten about by the time you have to make your purchase. But on the other hand, don't freak out because everybody's making a couple of bucks on Amazon in spite of all the fragileness of it, in spite of all the things that can go wrong. They have Santa in California? I think he has to carpool. He has to carpool with one of the other holiday heroes, and then they don't mind the redistribution of gifts. I don't think he's allowed to deliver to just distribute unregistered things that he's manufactured out of state. However,
that haven't been taxed.
Right. If he collaborates and just redistributes highly taxed items from within California, then I believe it's okay. 53. I don't think it's that cold here. You should blame the ocean for that. Have you ever thought about heating the ocean? Then it would stay whatever temperature the ocean is. Consider it. Dragging a volcano over from underneath of Hawaii. They're hoarding a bunch of them right now. Put that volcano out on the other side of Catalina Island, and I'll bet you it'll stay a lot nicer out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's like 50 degrees in Florida right now.
Screw all that. It's probably that cold outside. I guess I put 3 coats
about 50
on.
here in Texas.
Much the outside air, actually. What?
I said I think it's about 50 here in Texas.
You're all saying it's 50, so I guess we're gonna see.
Yeah, I'm just across the bay from you.
It's 48 here, so I guess I win for being the coldest. I think I'm the coldest in the country right here, 48 degrees. Sometimes the sand has electricity in it. All right, well, so again, I'm sick of talking. I'm tired, so go. Got 4 people in here now. And barbecue doesn't even have to say anything.
Well, what basically are we talking about tonight? Is it open? I mean, for guns and stuff like that, or what? Did you have something set?
No, we talk about guns here, yeah. So go for it.
All right. Well, I've been basically trying to get some parts together to build some extra AR-15s. That's what I've been doing. And, I haven't been trying to go out and buy a $700 barrel right now. So I've been just trying to find reliable parts on sale and like little discounts, and there's none to be found. I've been having a hard time finding everything. So I'm hoping within the next few months that it settles down enough to where things are available so that, people can reload ammo and shoot and actually buy ammo if they don't do the reloading and be able to go to the range. I saw a thing that was like, I think they were selling some Turkish 9mm up at the range where I go, and they were $1.25 a bullet a round. So I was like, oh my goodness, that's pretty expensive. It's like,
Yeah, fuck that.
is everybody else having the same problems where they're going?
The gun store I go to, I bought general bulk ammo, FMJ round nose 9mm for $30 for 50 rounds. So
Yeah, it's still high, but that's not
high,
extraordinary.
but it's not $1.25 a round high.
Yeah, exactly.
Must be the import cost to get it in the country if it's going to be that expensive.
I think it's just gouging. I think it's people that are in a bad situation. What this is doing to local small businesses in whole, this whole thing that's going on, and the gun shops are no different with the amount of product that they can bring in their store is not enough for them to sell it at normal prices. Now I realize they've got to elevate their prices to keep their doors open. As long as they don't gouge, I don't have a problem with paying a little extra because I know I'm helping them out, you know.
That's how I feel about it too. And the shop I go to is actually, they have openly stated that they're trying to fight against the whole price gouging thing, because they've had people trying to sell them ammo that they were hoarders that would come in that bought it
Yeah.
way before it all disappeared, and they're like, I'll sell you 50 rounds for $65 of 223. It's just like, what? No. Or not 223, 357.
Yeah.
It's like, no, fuck that.
Yeah,
I'm
you
a
guys are talking
hoarder
about
too.
9mm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the whole problem. You're buying stuff in metric. You got to get stuff in standard and say prices are normal then. Stay away from the metric
Well,
stuff.
well, here's the funny thing. The first handgun I ever shot was in 1979, and it was a Colt 1911. And I've always had a 45, and I mostly carried 45s most of my life, but it's just been in the last, I guess, 15 years I've acquired quite a few of the newer style Glock 9mm and whatnot. It's M&P, Smith and Wesson type stuff. And it basically was because I could go to the range with a new shooter and get them on target with a 9mm a little quicker than with a full size 9mm than a 1911 usually. But the funny thing about it is, I think I've got 400 or 500 rounds of 9mm, and I've probably got 12 or 1500 rounds of 45 ACP, all sealed up. Because I'm a little bit of an ammo hoarder, because I know how this goes. Like everybody else that's ever owned a handgun or a rifle or anything to do with firearms, we go through these things every election, and then we have tragedies that spawn crap in the media and all that stuff that boils down on availability. People buy and sell out of stuff. It's hard to acquire. I have a buddy of mine right now that is a YouTuber, gun guy. He moved from one place in California to a new house, a new rental property. Him and his family moved. And because he did not purchase a pistol or rifle at that address, they will not sell him ammunition in California anymore. He has to either mail order it, or he has to have one of his buddies mail order it and send it to him, get it to his house and then send it to him. Because the simple fact is, I guess, is what you have to do is, if you're buying ammunition, you have to have a caliber specific gun registered on your what is it, 4473 to the address which your driver's license or your ID share the same information. And if they don't, then you can't buy ammunition unless you purchase a new firearm, or you write he's doing something where they've got to write this 3-page letter that's got to be notarized and send it to DOJ of California. And he did that 3, maybe 4 months ago. And he's been waiting so that he can go in and actually just buy some 22 ammo for his niece that wants to learn how to shoot the little bolt action 22s. And I just couldn't believe that. I was like surprised. Have you guys heard about this going on?
No, I don't pay attention enough to California.
It's not worth my time right now.
Yeah.
Not saying we should forget about them entirely, but let's fight some fights we can actually win at the moment.
Well, it's not even that. It's just they've got so many different rules and things like that that they have. It's a lot to keep track of. There's still good stuff happening in California.
Well, they've
With the
got
Ninth
Walt.
Circuit and
They're
whatnot.
fine.
What was that?
I said they've got Walt. They're fine.
Who's Walt?
Walt Anderson.
Oh.
Yeah, they're fine.
And just
So
to
did he-
add in the temperature here at my place, it is 13 degrees.
Jesus.
Jesus, that's like 45 minutes out in thin clothing and you're a popsicle.
Nah, it's not too bad. Well, I guess it depends on who you are, but for like me, I acclimate pretty well. I could go out in shorts and a t-shirt right now and be all right.
I would die.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Dude.
cold as fuck places, hey, I'm actually going to Montana tomorrow. Is when I'm going to start my drive up there. I want to bring my 45 with me. So, G-Webs, you've been driving around the country a whole bunch, so you, I guess, are familiar probably with different with moving a firearm with you across state lines. I imagine you have a permit, which makes your situation a bit different than mine. But what do you know about the laws going up that way with carrying a firearm like in a glove box?
From where to where?
I'm going from Texas to Montana. I'll be going through a sliver of Oklahoma, Colorado, Wyoming, and then into Montana.
Well, you don't have to worry about guns at all. So, depending on where you are coming out of Texas, you could check out 2 museums. You could go to like 3 in Oklahoma. There's one in Kansas, and then a couple in Colorado. You said you're going to Wyoming or Montana?
Montana. What I was asking is, I'm carrying, or not carrying, but I'm going to be bringing my 1911 with me in the car. I don't have a permit to carry, so I have, and under Texas law, you don't need a permit if you're just keeping it in your car. But I know you've been to several states. At least that's what I had heard, and so I
Right.
was thinking maybe you might be familiar.
Yeah, but like you say, I have a Arizona CCW, and that gives me every state that you mentioned. So I don't even think about it. But there's probably constitutional carry in one of them states. So consider carrying just because you can out of state constitutionally, just for the experience of it. But yeah, I can't tell you, dude. That's something that as a permit holder, I can just double check that the state has a CCW, and then um, double check that there's not some sort of weird
Restriction.
well, like you have to what's it called, like a duty to inform or something that I don't have
Right.
here, different type of thing. But I wouldn't be there's so many resources. I would start digging in and ask people who I don't know, maybe truck drivers that don't have permits, but I don't know if there's somewhere to ask that anymore. But yeah, I would check out the traveler's guide and then whatever apps are out there now, because that's usually just me. I don't know. The thing about an app is how do you know that's updated? So check
Yeah.
out an app that tells you it's updated. Otherwise, check out a website that's got some sort of a date or something that lets you know that it's current as of like an updated date on the post or something.
Yeah,
Here.
that's
So,
true.
Cobalt, you said you do not have a carry permit, right?
I do not.
All right. So, um, the best information I'd be able to say is if you're planning on traveling with a firearm or whatnot, make sure that you have the ammunition separate from the firearm, meaning it is not easily accessible, one or the other to you. Just having one in the glove box, that's still accessible. Like here in Pennsylvania, if you don't have your concealed carry and you were to get into a vehicle that weapon is now considered concealed. If you were to unload that weapon and, say put the gun in the glove box and then just set your magazine on the back seat, the weapon is still considered loaded by law in Pennsylvania, because both the firearm and the ammunition are accessible to you.
Readily
So
accessible. Yeah.
at that point, the only way to really keep yourself out of trouble in PA then is to have something, whether it's the firearm itself or the ammunition, stowed away in your trunk. Now, I don't know how that's going to work out for Oklahoma, Colorado, Wyoming, or anything like that. I would definitely look into it. But this is one of the reasons that when I drove truck, I never carried, because there's so much goofy stuff. And even on the Daily Bullet the other day, Paul Lathrop was mentioning to somebody that had asked about not carrying in their truck because he has to go through Illinois. And Paul's like, oh, you can do that, no problem. He's like, you just can't stop. Well, here's the thing. On one hand, I understood what he was saying. On the other hand, is like, with what he said, it was still bad information, because you can't guarantee that you're not going to stop in Illinois, just because you're going from Indiana to Iowa or something. If you get a flat tire, well, now you're stopped in Illinois. And if you have that firearm loaded in whatever, and however he said it, you're still going to get dinged. And I was like, he's right on one hand, but there's still some caveats to that where you gotta plan for. So
basically, following what my best option is just follow the federal guidelines on transporting firearms in a car.
No.
Yes.
Each state
each state has its own laws. This is what I used to do when I traveled driving trucks and wreckers and semis. I have a Florida concealed weapons permit. I've had one for almost 25 years. That gives you some nuances to avoid certain problems. Well, if you look up, each state has a welcoming web page, and on that web page they will have transportation of firearms through their state. Now, there's also a couple of laws you have to be aware of. What the trucker was telling you, if you do not stop and stay overnight in a motel or hotel or a residence, you are simply traveling through the state. There are different laws that apply to people that are driving from one end of the state to the other. And a lot of those laws that are on people that actually reside in there and transport firearms have a stiffer rule they have to follow than people just traveling through. Now, if you do stop for gas, or if you do have to stop because you're a truck driver and you've driven 8 hours and you are at your max hours and you have to pull over, there are exceptions for that. But the bottom line is, if you come across a police officer that is not well versed in how the law is written, he could just bring you in and detain you, impound your vehicle. It's going to cost you a shitload of money. You're going to have to get your car out of impound, which can be anywhere from $100 to over $300. You can be arrested and charged. You would have to then pay your bondsman to get out and come back for a court date. My suggestion is to look at each state that you're going to have to go through, read their firearm traveling policy, and just follow each state's firearm policy, or go to the one that has the most strict and follow that one, so that you're good to go from point A to point B. That is the best advice I can give you, because every single state has hundreds, if not thousands, of firearms laws, and they change all the time. And that was reason that Florida CWP program was picked up by a lot of other states, where they were like, okay, Florida has this set up, we're going to go with the same type of setup. So I can carry in, like, I think it's like 40 plus states because of that, other than like Illinois, California, New York City, and New Jersey. Those are some of the ones that I cannot just, use my concealed weapons permit in there. But, like, just to give you an example real quick, and I'll leave it at that. Okay, I can carry a pocket knife concealed in Florida with my concealed weapons permit. I can carry a firearm. If I can conceal it, I can carry it. In Georgia, I can carry a firearm concealed, but I cannot carry a concealed knife. Don't ask me why, but that does not cover it. So you need to, just look over the state's laws, and you've only got a few to go through, so it won't be that big of a deal. And even if you have to, they have an information desk that you can call the state, and you talk to people that will have the laws there and let you know what's legal and what's not. Usually what most states have is something like this. The weapon usually has to be unloaded with the ammunition stored separately from the firearm. And it both the firearm and the ammunition have to be out of general access or general accessibility. So in other words, like in Florida, it's the same way. You can keep a pistol in your glove box if you don't have a CWP, but it has to be in a snapped holster. And basically they say snapped because the law was written before Velcro was actually a thing. So in the state of Florida, you have to have it in a snapped case. It can be loaded or unloaded. It can be in your center console. It can be in your glove box, but it has to be out of accessible sight. And basically, it can't just be like shoved in between your seats and shit. It has to be put away that if a police officer was to pull you over and he shines his light in, he's not going to see it.
Roger that.
USCCA has a pretty decent interactive map. I think there are a couple others out there too.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I did do a little bit of research into it yesterday, but I mean, I just figured I'd ask the panel just for a little extra information. But no, I thought the federal guideline, which it sounds like what Echo was saying, it sounds like the federal guideline is what most of the laws seem to revolve around, where, yeah, you have to keep it in your trunk with the ammunition and firearms in a hard-sided locked container stored separately from each other. So that was kind of the thing I didn't want to have to do, but I'd rather just keep it in my glove box, like, when I drive around Texas. But I mean, obviously, I follow the state law of the state I'm in. But from what I was able to garner from my light research into it, and I'll go ahead and research it again, it doesn't seem like it's a problem. But the problem is that I'm not sure whether or not the laws that they have there apply only to the residents of that state, or if they apply to people who travel. So I'm glad he brought that up about the whole thing about looking up traveling with a firearm, not just being in the state as a resident with a firearm in the car.
What are you going up there for? Anything good?
My sister.
Right on. So it's not like you're gonna go shooting up there.
I'm sorry.
It's not like you're going up there to go shooting.
Oh no, no, my sister got her dumbass self pregnant, so
She didn't do it by herself, did she?
no. She was a naive teenager. I know it's a little bit of kettle calling the pot black here, but I feel that it's warranted. But I'm gonna go up there. I've got some baby clothes for for a family friend as well, so that could use them. So I've got plenty of them that my son has outgrown.
Right on, man. That's a great thing to do for a sib. You have any other brothers or sisters?
They're all sisters, and three of them are stepsisters, and one of them's a half sister. She's the half sister is the youngest of the bunch.
And she's the one in Montana.
They're all in Montana currently.
Oh wow.
The one, yeah, the one that is the pregnant one is the second youngest. She's a stepsister, but I mean, I consider them all sisters. So
Oh, well, be safe, man. Travel well.
yeah, I've heard there's snow on the ground up going up that way, so I got to be really cautious. I mean, us here in Texas, we don't know what snow is, so
Yeah, most of ours went away over the last 2 days. We bounced back after our snowstorm, and we'd had today was maybe 40 degrees, and yesterday was warmer than that. So the little bit, we had several inches, but it's mostly gone now.
well, I did look at the weather forecast for the next like 10 days, and it doesn't seem like there's any major storms that are forecasted. So that's a good thing. But I've also got my CB radio set up in the car, and it's got a weather feature on it, so I can just tune into the weather stations as at different intervals just to make sure. And if I see clouds start forming and it seems like some precipitation is going to form, I'll find somewhere to pull off and hunker down for a little bit because you don't want to get stuck in a whiteout.
Clover's in Texas. He says Texas has been working that way for quite a while, quite a few years now. Pretty close to getting it at this point. I guess it'll be within the next 5 years, hopefully sooner. What's the chance of people moving from California into other states, and instead of California and up those states, getting those states to be even more pro-gun because they come from anti-gun? So I know some of them are doing the things that people say, but I know the people that started the Arizona Citizens Defense League, the 5 dudes that got together and started the whole thing, is because they moved from other states and went, we thought Arizona was going to be more pro-gun than this. And then they made it that way. So what's the chance of somebody sitting in Arizona and going, hey, wait a minute, we just started going anti-gun. I came here to be away from that, and then pull the reins the other way.
Well, I guess we can all hope that that's how it goes.
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna, I guess, like, what's the potential or the odds of that? I guess I don't know. It's
I'd say
Christmas.
we got to make sure that a lot of the misconceptions that people from anti-gun states have been given about firearms are taken care of. Guns.
Yeah.
That guns in every hand means blood in the streets. Well, no, that's not true, because it all comes down to basically what the person who owns that weapon is going to do with it. And I'm not the biggest fan of people in general or biggest believer in the altruism or uh, good nature of people, but I also realize most people don't want to go out and murder people. It doesn't serve them any benefit to do so.
Well, and it hasn't, right? Like, that's my thing, is you're right. And we have all this history. Like, every time they say, oh, there's so many guns, then it's like, yeah, so what that's the point, is that there's all these guns and nothing's happening. So your concern
Well, it's like
over is
when
unwarranted.
Texas got concealed carry, and now granted, I don't think I was alive for this because this was back in I think the early 90s. But when I've heard people talk about it, and their experiences during this time is when Texas first got concealed carry permits, the people that were against it were like, oh no, there's going to be blood in the streets. Well, look at us now. Well, like before they passed open carry, that was what, 20 years later or so? And there was no blood in the streets. Our crime rate hasn't risen that significantly, except for maybe in the cities, and that's just going to happen with cities. You're going to have a higher crime rate than out in the rural areas. But they gave that same argument back when we passed open carry. Oh, it's going to be the Wild West. There's blood in the streets. Well, here we are 5 years later. It's actually not a fucking problem.
Well, actually, studies prove that people that have concealed weapon permits issued to them, when they look at arrests for different violent crimes, actually, we are at the top of being the most law abiding, even above police officers. There has been more police officers involved in violent crime than concealed weapon holders, permit holders. And that's proven fact. We tend to really think about what we're doing every day we go to carry a firearm. I've known a lot of police officers, and I've known for years a lot of them have been, great guys, but they have some police officers that they drink a little too much because of their job and the stresses they're under and stuff like that. And I've had a few of my friends who were cops have to get counseling and stuff like that because of some of the stuff you deal with on a day-to-day basis. But
that's
the
definitely
bottom
something we
line
need
is,
to encourage too.
yeah. But the bottom line is, people that choose to carry a firearm usually, most likely, are people that they don't want to have to use it. They just want to make sure if something develops that they can protect themselves and their family.
It's an insurance policy. That's all it is.
Yeah. And a lot of times these anti-gunners will always see us as like this group
Rambo
of like,
wannabe child killers, basically.
yes. And that it couldn't be further from the truth. And that boils back on what G. Webbs has said many a times in the past. Keeping a positive image of the Second Amendment community is very important, because we need to be able to stand up to all of the facts and be like, listen, your mathematician doesn't add up. It just doesn't hold water. If you look at how many people own firearms in this country, how many people are concealed permit holders, and how many crimes are committed by people with firearms, and how many people are actually, their lives are saved by not necessarily using a firearm, but just having it so that they could scare off whoever was trying to do them harm. When Obama spent all those millions of dollars having the Center for Disease Control study gun violence, he found out, unfortunately, he never said anything about this, but I've gone back and looked up these facts, and that's where you get the percentages. Okay, they say, and I'm not going to, battle numbers, but they claim 30,000 people a year die from firearms. Now, we all know that 60% of that number is suicide, which is still too much. But
Right.
the bottom
a good
line
portion of
is,
the remaining number is gang violence.
oh, and yes, and it's also, you can break it down even further. If you break it down into ethnic numbers, even though the African American community is at 13% of the population, they commit 50% of violent homicides in this country. if you look at at white people, they are a little bit, they don't commit as much violent crime. And at the very top of that, who doesn't commit as much as you know, some of the other, trying to watch my words so I don't sound like a racist. I'm just trying to get the factual knowledge out without stuttering. If you look at Asian community, they have the least amount of violent crime per how many people they have in this country that are Asian. You know, so you can break it down even into the races, and you can see where, okay, communities that are habitually non-wealthy, they don't make as much money, there's more crime in those areas because of, you know, different types of politics that have been engineered over the years since the 60s to make these welfare states. It destroys families. It destroys families, and it makes problems develop where people end up on the wrong side of the law. And a lot of these studies prove that what the gun owner has been saying for decades, hey, look, we own firearms, we respect them, we respect other people, and we respect human life. But a lot of other people in our communities aren't like that. They don't respect human life, and this is where we have these problems with people getting out of control and just being nutty and doing these crazy things in our communities, at schools, and all over, doing stupid shit. And
We're
I
talking about
just,
outliers, and we've got a future where instead of taking an outlier and holding up a victim and exploiting the whole situation and people's feelings about it because of the position they may have based on like indifference or disinterest in the topic, where now what we've got is a whole bunch more people involved who have the tools at their disposal and the skills and, you know, abilities to use those resources to verify and validate. We always talk to Woods, a guy from Washington State who's a teacher, and he'll say when he's reading something he can't help it. He'll, if it has a footnote or a, you know, some kind of a notation, he'll follow that out and see if it, you know, where it came from, and then get the context of how they're quoting it to get a full interpretation of the reading or the work of their citing or whatever. And as we get more and more people that are interested in those nuances, I mean, they've always been there. It's just that they've been isolated, and it's like a bunch of pen pals that don't know each other are out there. It's useless. But nowadays we've got these electronic methods like we're doing right now, where we've got, you know, focused conversations with intent to gather, I guess, and then collect that stuff. We've had that happening for a while, but now in addition to that, what I'm seeing is that information that's been collected and archived makes it easier for the next generation to digest, interpret, and redistribute it. So what we've got going forward is an environment where the antis, who've always depended on the mechanisms and the lack of interest, the apathy, and just the tendencies of the gun owning population, that anti-freedom sect who knows that they can use us like a mechanism, like I've been saying lately, you know, a dependable reaction from us, they're not going to get that going forward. And that's either going to do, I suspect it's going to make them lay off. They just have way too many other things to worry about right now. This is not the environment that's ideal for them to go after us, especially when we're advancing our ability and our interest in combating them on the, not just the issues that they bring forth, their ambush points, but instead on all the other things. And we've got, like I say, just people that are more than interested to start digging in on that. So I hear what you're saying as far as, you know, when you were kind of describing the way that it's been and the apathy in that, but going forward, apathy comes from futility, right? From not seeing an option. When there are multiple options in front of you, what you get is a healthy debate and then encouragement and anticipation. And when you've got anticipation, now you have, an expectation of change. So we've got a momentum happening that we've never seen before. The best we've ever seen before is a united defense against outrage. When they've done things like the 94 assault weapons ban or some other voracious thing, like we've gotten upset about it. But in the next couple of years, especially with an administration change, if that happens, then we're looking at a situation that we've never had before and in a set of circumstances that we've never seen before. So I'm not saying it's a sure thing, but I don't see any reason to be pessimistic. Hopefully that's a lot to throw out there for Christmas. Again.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. There's a lot that's going to be coming, but they've got so many irons in the fire. I don't think coming after us is something good to do. And I think they realize that just recently when we win that small battle over the pistol braces.
It'll be ours to lose here. If we just let them poke at us and then be satisfied that we told them quit it, then,
right.
But if we say quit it so many times that the parents reach back and smack them, then we win for them poking us in the first place and they'll learn not to poke us. But that's the situation we're in. They poke us, we say quit it, and we get in trouble for yelling back there.
Well, I'd say also that even if they're not poking us or coming after us in some sort of way, we still, if they decide that we're going to lay off of them for a while, what we need to do is make sure we're still fighting the fight by going through and, again, talking to people, trying to change opinions or at least presenting another side, not sleeping for 4 years like the major parts of the gun community have. And that way, if they finally decide to come back through and poke us or come after us, whatever you want to call it, we have even more ammunition, we have even more support on our side. And we just keep doing that until they realize, until we get what we want, which is the 2A is a 2A. There are no restrictions on it. It applies to everyone. And that's it. And we hold the defensive from there.
That would be fun. I think we can get there. But you have to get everybody on the same page before we all say that's it. You know what I mean? Like if everybody's thinks is satisfied with a different amount of trips to the buffet, then it's hard for us all to say, hey, we all say 3 is enough or something.
Well, that's basically where we push the message that if you want to get 2 plates, that's fine. Just get 2 plates. But don't tell somebody who wants 10 plates that they can't have that.
No, yeah. That's a great way to suggest. Yeah, exactly. It's just that we don't have, although we're on our way to that and we have the potential, I suspect that we're just not there yet. But this could be the year, especially when every time they point at guns, everybody's ears go over, everybody's ears perk up at least. So it would be nice to understand that and start using some of that mechanism. But I think this time we've got a real. They gave us a real opportunity by punching us at Christmas because they'll never forget. We can never forget that. Like we'll always be able to bring that up. Remember when they tried to go after the disabled shooters at Christmas time? Remember how desperate they were that they went after. Maybe that's not the best way to phrase it, but remember how ruthless they were that they went after disabled shooters at Christmas time because they're so desperate.
Remember how rude they were?
Yeah. So, you know what I mean? Like, let's never forget how the ATF hates disabled people at the holidays.
Well, I think that the gun community is very good at being reactionary, and I think that you've probably mentioned that too. We need to not be reactionary. We just need to go after the fact that all of this is just wrong.
And like I say, we could say what we should do, but I think what might happen is because we should have done stuff a long time ago, right? Like should is coulda. But since nobody has some blurg hive mind control over us, what could happen is people see the effect that happened right now and take that as like, oh, I can use that for whatever, you know, I can play off of that and then start singing that song on some whatever their channel is, whatever their system is, whatever their, you know, projects are. And that's where we see some, I guess, more common awareness of it. And then once it's kind of a thing, then people start playing with it and develop and all that. Because right now we just have a situation where we're used to getting attacked and then we defend and then we go back to work. If that,
Well, I think the
once that
I think the,
changes, then
I was going to say I think the fact that we were all so surprised by the fact that whether you want to call it a victory or not, it doesn't matter. But the fact that we got a victory in this last fight surprised many in the gun community is really a symptom of just how kicked down in the dirt we've been. That, wow, we actually won something when that shouldn't even be our mentality. And I say that we use, so whenever the anti-gun side comes through, they, you know, just give us this little compromise, this little compromise. Well, every time that happens, they take a mile, right? You give an inch, they take a mile. I think we need to use that against them. Like you said, use this victory as a rallying point, saying, "Hey, look, we did this. Let's go further."
I don't disagree, but I'm just saying, looking back at the past, we've had plenty of victories. The M855, for example, was a victory, right? We had there wasn't an actual like finish line for the Obama stuff, but the M855 was definitely an indication just months after he got up on stage and told the country how, you know, guns are the problems and we're going to get rid of them because we've got a sympathetic Congress. And the Congress said, we're going to do whatever you want. And just months after that, you know, they set their sight on ammo, and you know, there was a resistance. That had to be some of it. You know, some of it was because it was all right then in the focus. But anyway, when we've had these things, we don't remember them. It's not our tendency to be in a fight, so we don't go around bragging about every victory and, you know, remember the victims of the losses or something like that. Like we don't have these campaigns. Our media, our industry, whatever, our you know, conversations that we just have don't tend to be, let's get in a fight. Like if we were in, I don't know, like just getting done with a war, our conversations might be, you know, what's coming back from the war, like what kind of stuff is being brought home, like what kind of contracts are salvaging and bringing stuff back, and what is it, and let's go through it and let's talk about, you know, why it's significant, what we're going to do with it. You know, like conversations are organically or naturally going to focus on whatever's, you know, either obviously in front of us or topical, or, you know what I mean? Like they're going to be kind of natural. They're going to be sometimes engineered or steered by somebody who has some intent, but for the most part, they're going to just kind of follow the course. So knowing that, we've never ever had a victory and then harped on it and concentrated on it and made a big thing about it. Now, it's hard to say when we've never done anything, you know, why that was, or that it can't change. I certainly think it can. And that's what I was trying to express, is that as we go forward and we've got different types of people come into the game, you know, new players in the game on our side who don't have the old goals. The old goals were like, I watched a magazine or I watched a TV show that was emulating a magazine and I want to be like that because that's what manufacturers have seen and that's what they would want to pay for. Like that was great when that was all there was. And I'm not dissing anybody, but you know, that was just the paradigm. When there was only one thing that we were all trying to attain, we all emulated that. But that's different now. This is 20 years later from those days. And now what we've got is some people who have, you know, taken that to the extreme, and it's almost buffoonish now to watch the channels that just focus so minutely, you know, so narrowly on product reviews and crap. But it's laughable when there's so many other things we could be talking about in guns and stuff. So that's all I'm getting at, is we live in a world where we're literally changing what we care about and what we focus on. So we definitely have the opportunity. And I think people like Walt that we mentioned, and just conversations like this one, which is just a little one in the middle of a Christmas night, that, you know, indicate other conversations like this are happening all over the web. These are the things that'll change tomorrow's interest, to what tomorrow's conversations are about. And that's why I always tell people, value your voice and shit, because when we have these conversations, trust me, there's 13 people watching right now. There's 5 of us in here. We might be logged in. There's like Wield is probably out there. Makojo, Netflutter, and Clover might be still out there, but the rest of them are just trolls, probably Bloomberg plants and trolls coming in here with notes, stealing all the ideas so that they can take it and make a bunch of money on it during the daytime chats that are highly scripted and produced. So yeah, as we have these conversations and talk about things, that brings to life the concept of let's not be satisfied with the 2A laws today. Instead of let's figure out which Chinese ripoff brand of shit can we pay over, too much for, and support a Chinese company, and the manipulative concept of show and tell that they amplify. They don't even just facilitate it, they freaking amplify it. It works for them, so they compound on it. Change the name of their company every couple of years, bring more people in. As soon as some people forget about how annoying it is, they'll change the name of the company and bring in more. There's that dynamic, which is being played out, but just like anything, just like sitcoms got played out and reality TV came in, things are going to change. And I could see a future variation of everything being super pro 2A. We've got 3D printers, NFA. We got 80% stuff that, build your own, super NFA issue. Short barrel rifles, just in general, having issues with going across state lines. You want to go into a 3-gun match. You want to have a vehicle rifle. That's, NFA challenge. These braces, NFA challenge. Bump stocks, NFA challenge. Hearing Protection Act, ADA, making things safe, NFA challenge. So I'm not being super optimistic and saying it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. I just don't know when, but it will happen.
Yeah. The stage, as they say, has been set. And I think because of what I saw in Florida when that gay nightclub was shot up by that fella, and Obama was right there in front of everyone speaking to me. Me and my dad went down there. It was 2015 or 16. I think it was 16. He was talking about banning these type of weapons and stuff. And there was a lot of people that were like, they're kind of putting us all in the same boat with this nut job. And I noticed at that point that I noticed a lot of the older people and younger people that were with the older people were starting to get a little bit upset when what the president was saying. He's like, this isn't what's going on. This is bullshit. You need to get to the facts of the matter and this. And now we came to fight. We immediately, and G Webs will remember, everybody stepped up and was like, nope, we're not doing this. He's going to want to try to ban all this stuff. We've already been through this with the Clinton administration. We're not doing this again. It didn't work. And we all got up and we fought him, and we kept him from initializing any more firearms bans. But now we have 7 million new gun owners. That's not a couple thousand. That's 7 million new people into the gun world as we know it. Learning the first thing that I've talked to about people, I've helped multiple people buy new guns by telling them how to do it, because they've never bought a gun before. The first thing they told me after going through the background checks and getting a concealed weapons permit, the first thing they said to me was, "What, David, why do they keep telling us that it's easier to buy a gun than a book?" This literally took me all day, and then I had to sign up for the class to get the concealed weapons permit, go through that, register with the state, pay the money for the concealed permit, send in, it was like getting a passport. You had to get your fingerprints, your picture taken. And they were asking me, they were like, well, why is it so many people say that it's so easy to get a gun, and I just bought one and it wasn't easy. I mean, is there other ways to acquire firearms? And I'm just like, no, not really. You've got private sale, but usually that is between two people that actually know each other. That's not like some guy out on the street just selling to somebody he doesn't know. But yes, that does happen. But there's usually no problems with that, because you've got a responsible adult selling a firearm to another responsible adult. And I see a lot of things this year, because Biden actually got elected, supposedly, that it's not going to go easy for him at all, because half the country didn't want him in office. We've got 7 million new gun owners, and I see a huge opportunity for the gun world to push back for the first time. Instead of just winning a fight, actually pushing forward to win a war. We win fights here and there. Go ahead.
No, you're right. The bites, and you got to get a taste, right? You got to get a flavor. You got to get used to it, and that's what it'll take. Is sometimes something happens and you get a little blood in your mouth from getting punched or something, and you're like, oh, that's what it's about. And then you take your first bite, and then you realize what's going on, and then you're a fighter.
Well, I want to say that in some ways, Obama was right. It is easier to get a gun than a book, I guess you could say. But and when that lady or that person that you were talking to before said that, the way to answer that is, yeah, it is. For people who don't follow the law, like criminals, which means any of the laws they put forward won't affect them. They just make it harder on us. So why is it that the criminals get a free pass while the rest of us are sitting here having to jump through hoops just to protect ourselves?
I love it. That's a great way to bring that specific point, or end that specific point to that person. I was going to suggest the car thing. I was going to throw this out because I just thought of it as Dave was saying that. So if someone were to tell that to you, or the way that you were explaining it, I was thinking, what if you said to someone, yeah, when I go to sell my car to you, like I got to go to a car dealership first, and then like make sure the state says it's okay. Like, is that going to prevent you from drunk driving? Is that going to prevent you from being a bank robber? Is that going to prevent somebody from stealing your car? No, it just adds another layer of whatever. So, like, if you wore a T-shirt that said, "I drive drunk when I bank rob," or when I'm a getaway driver for bank robbers, like, then I guess you'd know, like, and you shouldn't sell that person the car. But it's ridiculous for the state to think that somehow some authorities or some sort of licensing scheme or something, like we all got driver's licenses and we all have license plates. So with cars, right, they license the individual and our property, and you pay a tax on your car, and you pay more if your car is worth more. There's all kinds of stuff that makes it kind of similar, right? You can inadvertently drive a car and hurt a lot of people. You can hurt one person, you can hurt yourself, you can deliberately do all kinds of things. So they're very similar, right? But would it, with all that registration and licensing on the car, do they suggest then, oh yeah, if you go through some like extra hurdle, then car deaths will stop? Or like if we just put one more car law on there, then car laws will end? Like none of that license plate shit is to prevent car deaths. That's to provide a tax for the roads and shit. So, I'm saying, like, is that I know that people often in the past have jumped on me for using a car analogy because I guess there's some problem with it, but I think that part of it at least sounds like it's a parallel.
I like the fact that you actually brought that up, because that's what they say is like, well, think about it with driving. When somebody misuses their car, we just take away their license. They can't drive anymore. Well, my best friend, he got a DWI. He didn't have a license before he got that DWI, but he got one. He still doesn't have a license yet. He drives everywhere. I mean, because he has to. He doesn't have a choice. So why do we think that line of logic makes sense for cars when it clearly doesn't? Because you can still drive. The fact that you don't have a physical license doesn't remove your physical ability and knowledge of driving to prevent you to drive a car. So then why would it say, well, if we just do background checks and licensing for gun owners, then it'll make sure that criminals don't get guns? How? That makes no fucking sense.
Right, because it doesn't apply anywhere else. So why does it magically work here when we can prove that it doesn't, and you can't prove that it works anywhere else? I guess if we asked that and they could answer it, then it would end. But no one's been able to do that yet. We're an hour something in. It's Christmas. So if anybody wants to jump in, I keep throwing the link out there. We got 14 people. So there's evidently a bunch of people that are in comas or, what the hell's going on? Oh, this is a 9-year-old video. A bunch of people, and I got to block a video because they have a cooler gun than me. I don't ever want to see that channel again. I've just been distracted by my YouTube feed over here. Some little kid shooting a gun that I want, and then some video that's 9 years old, so I just blocked the channel. Anyway, I guess I'm inviting the people who are out there to quit being weird and just join in. Either type something with your fingers into the chat, or I don't even care if you use your fingers. However it is you like to get text into the chat, that's up to you, because we don't care. But if you want to jump in here, just click on the link that we keep putting in there. It looks like this. And then you could be just like the people that are in here. Just like, oh, now look what happens. Then that way you can be part of a Christmas chat. And there, I'm open, got a bunch of people in here. I'll shut up and we can talk about guns. Go ahead, go, guns, go.
You said guns, but you didn't specify. Are we talking semi-autos? Are we talking, muzzle loaders? Are we talking, revolvers?
This is an advanced.
He's talking full semi-automatics.
This is an advanced gun chat. You don't have to be told by the instructor how to read.
I'm just looking for direction. I'm not looking for an instructor. I'm just looking for direction.
I'll give you some direction. I blew through about 800 rounds of center fire pistol today, about 200 of rim fire, and about 300 12-gauge shells.
Okay,
now was this all shooting at Santa? And what did he do to deserve such wrath?
Well, that was last night when the chat was still going. You guys remember when I texted that I'd be right back? I heard something out on the roof. I don't think that son of a bitch made it out of Nebraska last night. So I don't know how these kids got their gifts, but no.
Now, did you shoot any of G-Web's favorite caliber? I believe it's called 9mm.
I put some 9 through, 9x18, and
that didn't count. We don't use that com block shit here.
Yeah, had a couple that I hadn't taken out shooting since I got them a couple 3 years ago. So I actually had some Makarov set aside for Shiggles. And my wrist and my shoulder are just, I am happy. They are not. It was a good time though.
Awesome.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Any good 2A gifts given or received this year?
I got my 5-year-old some toy guns. That's about as pro 2A as the gifts were.
Right, this isn't some like scripted hide behind the chat or the whatever chat. So what kind of toy guns?
I got him. What is it? I got him a double barrel. It was like a sheriff/hunting set. It was weird. It was a Dollar General gift. And then a machine gun style one, probably MP5, I'd say, or MP5-ish. Lights and sounds kind of thing.
One of my favorite things when I was a kid was this break action double barrel, like, I don't know what you call that, like a coach gun, like a really small shotgun sawed-off double barrel. You would open it, it would break open, and that would cock the springs, I guess, and then you'd shove suction cups down the barrels, and it would shoot these 2 suction cups, like, I don't know, 11 feet maybe if you were lucky. Like they'd shot like a dart. They were way too heavy for the springs, but it looked just like a shotgun. So even though the suction cups were not even intimidating to like a cat after the second time you shot it, nobody cared about getting shot by that gun. It was still the funnest thing ever. And you could lick the suction cups and give somebody basically a wet willy from like 12 feet away, and that bothered the hell out of almost everybody. But just for playing guns, that was one of my favorite guns ever, and I don't know what happened to it, and I've never seen them. So something like that, like a stagecoach type of gun.
Okay, listen to this. I know some of you guys out there have seen what I'm talking about. Okay, they made these guns in the 80s, and they were probably in the like 84, 85, maybe a little before then. They were toy guns, and they took you remember the old caps that were paper and would and they had the little round dots inside the paper that was gunpowder. Well, these held
Cap
the new
guns.
style caps that come in a strip, and they were plastic, and they had little round circles. And I had a 45 that you loaded a magazine with one of the strips. You actually just pulled the trigger, double action, and every time you pulled the trigger, the front of the barrel would come out and make it look like the slide was racking. And when it would hit at the end of the travel, it would fire the cap and cut off that little piece of the cap, the plastic strip, and eject it out the side. And these guns were really well built. They had a shotgun, like G Webs was saying, they had a double barrel that actually took shotgun shells that you loaded the caps into the back of the primer holes. And actually, I mean, they were expensive. They were, they were like $40 for like a toy gun.
I
think
remember a couple of them that would chop the red like strip, and every time you shot it, you would get like a red piece of square fall off. But I didn't have the one you're talking about, but I did have ones that would drop the little square, because other ones would just let the thing keep curling out the top.
Yes.
Yeah. I had one that was the same kind of little caps that you're talking about, but they were in a circle, and it was a little revolver that was like palm size, and it was I think it was only single action, but that was cool as hell, and you didn't roll the cylinder out to the side. It was like a break action top break, and you pull it out and slot in a new one, and six shots.
I think that the company that made these guns was, I want to say they were a U.S. company, and they made different models. Like they had that one that you're talking about that looked like an older top break cowboy type gun, and they would have the different style caps for it. And these weren't like the toy guns when you'd go into the mall and you'd go into the toy store. These weren't like the ones that were stuck in the little like trash cans that they would have like 6 or 7 toy guns shoved in there. These actually came in their own boxes, and almost like a pellet rifle. And when you got it, you were like, wow, this is realistic, because it had the, for the double barrel, it had the little break opens, the swivel that you can swing with your thumb over to the right or left, it depended if you're left or right-handed, and it would unlock the barrels to drop down. And you would have to basically take the 4 shells that came with it, and you would load the caps where the primers went.
Yeah.
And then you would fire them, and when you open the gun, it would even eject the shells. Well, it wouldn't eject, it would extract them. They would come up about 1/4 of an inch, so you could pull them out. But they were neat, and I got into them. I got like 2 of them. I got the shotgun and the pistol, the auto pistol, and that was the neatest thing. And my dad was like, I cannot believe how realistic these things are. And he was telling me, he's like, man, be careful where you bring these play and stuff, because at distance someone might not be able to tell the difference. And I'm like, except for the little tiny pop, I'm like, it just makes a little pop.
So the Kojo is asking which ones we play with, the paper ones or the plastic ones. So back in the olden days, before there was video games and crap that kids play with today and waste their time on, you had to have friends, and then you would have to have those friends had to live near you, or occasionally they would bike over to somebody's house or a park or something. but cap guns were necessary because I guess some people just had them and would make noise with them, I guess. But a cap gun, if you had a cap gun and caps, you could have a real game of war, or army, or whatever you want to call it, because that's how much ammo you have. So now you have a scarce amount of ammo. So a lot of times, if there was like 3 rolls of caps, everybody'd have a roll. If there was 1 roll of caps, you'd unroll it, you'd count them, and then you'd tear it up so that everybody had the same amount of noises. And then you were running around. If you had a misfire or you got it all wet or whatever, good luck. You just ruined your ammo. Like, that was part of heaven. That's part of life. So if you jumped around a corner and your gun didn't go snap, then a bullet didn't go off, and all you did is jump around a corner to be a target, right? That's how you played cap guns. Like cap guns, had significance. And if you're like cap, like bang, and then somebody's like playing in a tree, like good luck. You can't just shoot somebody from across a baseball field. Like they got to hear the cap. So it also gave you like actual range, so that nobody's just like, oh, I'm standing over here on this hill capping everybody. Like that wasn't a thing. You had both people or a third party even sometimes had to like acknowledge that you got your ass capped or whatever. And that's why those plastic ones, to answer the question, are bullshit. Those ones that are a circle in a little stupid revolver, we weren't stupid. You would put 6 or 8 or however many stupid things are in that. Half the time they don't work. Like they get wet faster than anything because they got a little cup of plastic around them. So if it's raining or anything, they're worthless. The paper ones can get wet and then get dry and still be used again, right? So you would carry around the paper ones because you carry around more, and you could hide paper ones on your person and own them. Like unless your grandma was buying you the plastic ones, nobody just had an endless supply of plastic ones. Paper ones, I don't know where people got them, but there were always paper ones around, right? So paper ones, you always had more ammo. You could shoot faster. Even an old cowboy gun, you could put like 1,000 rounds, a whole strip in there, and shoot forever, just like in a movie, and shoot with a single action cowboy gun better than anybody with like the kind you're talking about that's all complicated, because there were definitely some complicated ones that were like, oh, look at how realistic. Yeah, well, you're dead because I just shot like 8 times while you're playing with that one. So anyway, the plastic ones were worthless because you'd shoot it like 6 or 8 times, and it would half the time 1 or 2 of them were a dud almost always. And then try getting that plastic thing out if you didn't have a knife, because we're little kids. Like you had to get it out with a rock or your teeth or something.
Yeah.
Or your jagged fingernails. Like screw all that. Paper was the way to go. The plastic was for like the freaks that didn't even actually play cap guns.
The problem
Yeah,
with
the plastic
some
was
of the paper
expensive.
ones was
Well, let me
the
give you
feed
an update.
mechanism on the paper ones. The feed
All the-
mechanism would get stuck or something, every once in a while, and you'd have to redo it all, rewrap it, and redo
That's
it
a
all
good
again.
point, but you could improvise.
So-
You could take
Yeah,
out the
no,
paper
you're
ones
right.
and make hand grenades and do other things with them. The plastic
Right.
ones, you'd have to start biting them apart and stuff.
Yeah, so it's it wasn't perfect. It was good, but it wasn't perfect because I had a couple jams with the paper ones because the feed wouldn't feed perfectly.
Well, they're not perfect,
Okay.
and they don't feed.
We're
for shit.
all talking about stories from our childhood that involve cap guns, but
Yeah.
I see so much more in this. You had kids hanging out with other kids, bonding, actual real life entertainment where you're getting exercise, you're riding bicycles, you're out doing stuff, you were physically active.
You'd come up with elaborate rules and then have to remember them and then live by them, or else somebody would be like, you'd be like, okay, I don't want to. That guy is either can't deal with rules, or like, they want to, you know what I mean? Like there was groups of kids in town based on like, if they wanted to take something seriously or if they wanted to, like tomorrow I'm playing soccer. Then where are we getting everything ready to play war today if we're going to be playing soccer tomorrow? Like, we're playing war tomorrow and the next day and the next day. I'm not, we're not building these forts to play it at once.
Right.
I say
Yeah.
that we have a new campaign speech or new campaign slogan: "Make toy guns great again."
Well, I'll tell you what. After Parkland shooting in Florida in 2017 or whenever that was, they pulled them from most of the stores, so they're not as plentiful, and the caps aren't there either. So I mean, you pretty much have to go to eBay. I got 10-year-old twins, I got the plastic revolvers, and they have the moon clips. I'm gonna call them the little red moon clips. You can get them in 6 or 8. But if you shoot through the cylinder one time, the next time you go through and the snap caps or the moon clips are already shot, it breaks off the hammer, the amble part in the cylinder, and they're instantly dead because it's plastic hitting plastic. So you got to go to these Spanish ones now, and they're pretty realistic. The revolvers are kind of kid size, where the 1911 are almost, I'd say, 90% adult size.
Yeah.
But the quality is pretty good. And both of them you get both of them in 8-round or 6-round. There's also the paper ones, the rolls that we used to have. I mean, I love those, but the guns are not nearly as many choices today. But I remember also, putting doubles and triples and hitting them with a hammer on the sidewalk. That was pretty fun too.
Oh, hell yeah. And they tasted great, didn't they?
And that smell.
Yes. Do you guys remember they came in little rectangular cardboard boxes that were like the size enough to hold 3 jawbreakers, and they would have like 5 rolls
5,
of
exactly.
of the paper caps. And
Yep.
you could, go, when you went to the store, you'd always ask mom or dad, whoever was with you, let me get some more caps. And I can remember, and they would have them in the little bundles, and you'd get them, and dude, you'd call your friends as soon as you got home and be like, I scored, I got some caps, let's go to the park, let's go play in the backyard.
I scored a cap, man. Oh, that's crazy.
Well, the thing I'm getting at is it builds relationships when you're young to teach you how to deal with peers and other people at such a young age. Like a lot of kids nowadays, they can't just get up in front of a class and talk. They can't get, the closest thing they can get to anything is maybe playing the video games on what is that called? Twitch, maybe? Is that the Twitch channel or whatever? Where and they're on there screaming and yelling at each other. Well, that doesn't build mutual respect for one another. What does is when you're over at your friend's house and you say something smart, or he does, and then mom or dad turns around and drops the hammer on both of you, and it's like, okay, you guys want to be little jerks, you sit in that corner, you sit in that corner. When you could talk to each other, then you get up. That kind of stuff doesn't happen anymore. That development among peers, that was all started by playing war. I can't tell you how many thousands of hours I spent playing war with my cousins and my friends in the neighborhood, digging foxholes in my mother's backyard and listening to her yell at me. Just doing the whole thing, do swimming one day, go fishing another day, cap guns, BB guns, all of that helps develop youth into young, responsible people.
Hey, Echo, if I might interject.
Please do.
Kind of building on that point there, where you said that if you said something smart, the parents set you down. The other part of that is, with today's kids going on like Twitch or whatever, doing their video game shit, going on Xbox Live, PlayStation Network, whatever, and talking shit to each other. All they're doing is talking shit through a screen. But you talk shit to somebody in real life and they actually deck you in the face, it makes you think twice about the next time you say something stupid.
Oh yeah.
Shit, I mean, I'm not much of a fighter myself, but I've started a few fights over kids that I happened to like hang out with when I was little that would talk shit about my mom. I'd drop their ass.
Oh yeah. Yeah, single mom here, and I'm not a single mom. We grew up with single parent household, and yeah, don't ever, most people didn't want you talking about their mom. Period. I especially I stepped in to protect and defend all the time, and it was always against older kids too, like even high school kids. It was ridiculous.
Yeah,
I got the shit beat out of me on a regular basis.
Yeah, so did I, and you know what? It builds character.
Oh, hell
And
yeah.
you know, if it wouldn't have been for bullies in high school and in like I don't they called it elementary and high school when I went to school. There was no middle school and this other bullshit. But when I went to elementary school, when I started getting around, I guess the 7th, 8th grade, you started having little confrontations with people. And they developed out onto the playground to where one day you've had enough and you just go. And when it's over with, you're either, sitting there on your ass on the ground or you're, over top the other kid, what have you. But at the end of it, it was always like a mutual respect where you kind of appreciated each other a little bit more from
Oh
the
yeah.
ass beat you just got, because you realize that, hey, look, I've got so far you can push me, and then it's on. People learn limits about other people. And I think a lot to do with today's kids doing these school shootings and stuff is that they haven't developed mentally. What's the word I'm trying to use? They haven't progressed mentally far enough. They're still thinking like a young kid instead of a young adult. And I
Well,
think
they're
that
not taught to throw a
26-year-old
punch at somebody. I mean, they're taught that fighting is immoral and wrong. I was taught that as a kid. I didn't listen to it, but I was taught that you're supposed to go get the teacher. Well, the teachers don't do fucking shit. They're caught in between getting sued by one parent or getting sued by the other, so they're not going to do anything. You need to throw that fucking punch.
Yep.
Yeah, last time I
Yeah.
got my ass completely handed to me, I was a 7th grader, and the guy was a sophomore, and but I was close to his weight, not his height, but I was close to his weight, and I still had braces, and he tore his knuckles up on my teeth, and I was just laughing. Yeah, I tasted his blood. I knew it wasn't mine. Tasted his blood, and I was just laughing.
All right.
He's
Last
hitting
time
a
I got
cheese
my ass
grater.
beat was at the bar.
It's Christmas, and this is a gun chat. So I'm playing host. We're going back to gun topics, and it's Christmas. So
Okay.
there's nothing gun. We got to talk about blood in the teeth of teenagers on Christmas. Come on, guns.
Hey, I think I told you last night, but I gave my son the pirate replica Derringer. It doesn't pop or cap or anything, but the flintlock is incredible. The flintlock pulls back, the tray moves forward, and the hammer, sets it all off. But he loves that thing. I mean, it's not. He got a drone and a lot of other nicer toys, more expensive toys. But he told me that the pirate gun, it's wooden. It's really all metal and wooden. It's really a nice piece. I mean, it's definitely not a foot soldiers. It's an officer. It's kind of shiny and a lot of detail and engraving in it. It's a piece, and it's made in Spain as well. But I think the company's called Dentex or something like that. It starts with a
Oh
D, I
yeah,
know.
yeah. Dinatix or something with an X in it. I know the one you're talking about. They've been making replicas for a long time.
Yeah, they got a whole book. I mean, the catalog that they have is, of swords and all kinds of stuff, of reenactment stuff. I mean, I don't know if it'd be reenactment quality, but pretty close to it.
I think it depends. Yeah, I mean, what you're doing with it. If it's going to be like some kind of tabletop up close, you know,
Yeah, like
specimen,
you were talking
maybe
about.
not. But if it's going to be like a play or something, for sure, some video or
Yeah,
something
when
like
you
that,
were talking about
almost
big rubber
positive.
guns for Hollywood, it'd be just as good as any of those.
Oh yeah, yeah. And what I like about them is I've been a fan of them for a while too, because when I was a kid, I used to get them before I could go buy guns or whatever. They almost always give you a couple of things that move, like you're saying, the hammer and the thing on this one. But sometimes they almost never give you a magazine that drops or anything like that. But sometimes a slide or sometimes an action or sometimes like a door or flap or something, which it's already the weight. They're made out of metal and they're the right size and everything. But having something that actually moves makes it again like one step more towards like you could use it as a prop or something.
Right.
But they're not really prop guns, and they don't cost anywhere near what a prop gun does. They're under $100, or they used to be under $100.
Yeah, this was $26. But I got the when I was a kid, I had the M1 Grand, and when you did, or I'm not sure the bolt action, probably a Mauser or something. But when you pull it back, when you pulled it back, there was a little gold bullet that would just sit there, and then you'd cock it back, and it was spring loaded and would disappear.
I had that one. It was a Springfield 1903, and when you pulled it back, there was a little plastic brass bullet that would show up on the bolt. That rifle came all wood, had the little tiny barrel, probably like the 1903 did. It was like a 2 or 3 inch barrel that came out of the full wood stock. It came with that OD green strap.
Yep.
And it was made really, really nice. And it had a trigger guard on it, everything. I mean, somebody's put some time into that.
I had that exact one. Yep.
Whenever I went to DC in 2001, I was in DC back then for a trip and went to the NRA museum and went to their gift shop. And at the time, their gift shop was really tiny. It was just basically a bunch of those kind of guns and everything. Like, how their catalog is, they have a lot of guns, but it ranges everything from those flintlocks to like Thompsons and probably M16s and stuff. They do a lot of everything. But so they had a bunch of these things, and they had them sort of on a stand, let's say, with a light shining on them. So they trying to make them look kind of fancy, or like something like you'd have on the bookshelf as like a focus piece, like because they're nice looking or whatever. Anyway, so I was impressed by them, and they were neat. And I think I was trying. Anyway, I ended up buying one, and it was the broom handle, mainly because all of them were like closer to $100, and the broom handle one was like $20 or something. It was like the cheapest one by like a third. Like, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it was way cheaper than all the other ones. And so bingo, I bought it, right? And then I took it home, and I never even thought a thing about it. I just bought it mainly because you feel like an obligation when you experience a really nice museum that's open 24/7 and is free, right? To buy something at their gift shop, right? Like, I wanted to do that, and that was something I could afford. Everything else was really expensive at the time. It was like a snooty gun shop back then, or a snooty gift shop. Anyhow, so I come home and I have this thing on a shelf, and then I think a year later or more, found out that it was like that particular one is one that people like to turn into the hand solo blaster because it didn't ruin a real gun, but it still had like a trigger. It was kind of realistic looking, and it was metal, so you could drill into it. And it was just, it was a good, what do they call that? Like chassis for making the hand solo. So I ended up selling it on eBay for, I think I can't remember the numbers, but let's say if I bought it for 20, I ended up selling it for like 75, just because for some reason, like say it's just the NRA decided to sell them super cheap. In fact, I went back and tried to buy a bunch, but I think back then you couldn't even buy stuff like that. They were like, oh, you could buy them if you were here. And I tried to get people to like go over there and buy them because they wouldn't sell it to me over the net. But anyway, that was my story with them. And then I also bought a little sword letter opener. I still have it. So somewhere I'll give it to the Patreons at one point next time I find it. I thought about that last time I found it because they come in like a little black box with a red line on it. And I found that little black box and I'm like, oh shit, I remember what this is. And it's like, how cavalry swords were from Civil War? They had that big brass thing. You could stick your finger into that brass part, like where a hand would go, and it sticks on your finger because your finger's way bigger. It's just the right size to stick your finger in there. And you can carry around this little sword, and it's pretty long actually. So I think it's just fake. It's just a thing for barely even open a letter. But I think that was like $7. It just looks exactly like a cavalry sword, but it's basically a toy.
I got a question, or kind of like a rabbit hole we can go down, gun related. You're in a space western. You're on Mars or whatever fucking colony we have, right? Using the only the firearms you currently own, and you can choose one handgun and one long gun. What would you be carrying in this new world?
And guns work in this atmosphere?
Yes, yes. Assume Earth atmosphere. We've progressed technologically that everything is Earth norm, like Firefly kind of. But all the guns are the same ones that are currently available on the market, and you are using the ones that you currently own. And assume it would be like, you know, it's your do everything. So you got to rely on these firearms to stay alive, keep yourself protected. You know, assume that they have wildlife on the planets now to help uh, increase wildlife from Earth. So everything's fine. Just go from there.
Well, this was kind of like if you could only have one gun video we did a while back. I would go with 10 Faglio with the 10 millimeter, and then I'd get the slide for the 9 millimeter and the 22. So that way you've got large animal, whatever space animal is bigger than a polar bear. Then you got a 9 millimeter that's good for self defense, and then you got a 22 that's good for small animal hunting.
Now, are
That's
you
an
only
interesting.
allowed one firearm, or are you allowed to
No, you're
bring?
allowed a handgun and a long gun.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going old school. M1 and a 1911.
M1. Which one M? Which M1?
The Grand.
Why would you go with M1 when you could go with the AR-10?
Because 308 is nice, but 30-06 is tried and true.
Is a semi-auto going to work? Is a bolt going to reciprocate in weird gravities?
Again, assume Earth norm.
I don't feel like if I'm a space cowboy, I ain't sticking on Mars. Then why wouldn't I go to some other space city? I'm a space cowboy. I'm going up into the meteors and out
Stop
onto the
ruining the universe.
space city.
You have a large ostrich as a horse. That's all you have. So there's no jumping. You can go around the planet Mars, but you can't like go out of the atmosphere. You don't have like inner space or stellar transportation.
I don't like all these walls you guys are putting up.
Yeah, all these parameters. I think
Hey, I like the ostrich idea. That's fucking awesome.
An ostrich makes a lot of sense because you could put that glass globe around its head for to breathe out of really easy because it's got such a long neck. Wouldn't be difficult. Like my dog, it'd be tough. She's got such a fluffy neck. How would I get a space helmet on her? It's going to be difficult. Anyway, I think a lever action and a revolver because I'm worried about gravities, even though you claim Mars has the same gravity as Earth. I'm pretty sure our robots have discovered it isn't. Plus Mars dust. Gravity might be great, but there's Mars dust all over the place.
It just makes you stronger.
Well, I'm just saying it gets into your workings and mechanisms. Also, if you're like somewhere where, I don't know, I've been watching a lot of videos where these guys in India and stuff will take like, let's say some part breaks on their car or like a engine. They'll take the engine apart. They'll get this part, whatever it is, just imagine almost any part off of a car and or of an engine, and they'll just take one side of it, put it in wet sand, and then pack wet sand around the other side of it. They tap some kind of flour or talcum powder or something, so it doesn't, so they get the thing to not stick in the wet sand. And they, in like 5-minute videos, they're all over YouTube. Watch them, unless it's some kind of magic. They just basically don't even care. They just take the metal part, they smash it in between these two things of wet sand. They pour some wet, liquid metal in there, and they've got like 90% of their part made right there. All they got to take is a file to it. So I figure if it's that easy for me to watch some guy in India do that with metal, then if I'm on Mars, I wouldn't want to be trying to make like a part for a SIG. I'd make like a part for like a Winchester. Like I think that's more of a attainable, realistic thing to keep running in the long run if I'm on Mars. If I was, just had all the gun parts available to me, then I might think of semi-auto. But that's why I'm thinking lever action for the frontier aspect.
All right.
Overseeing you have to have constitutional carry for space now. That way, when we get up there, we're good to go. No NFA in space. Is that what you're saying? Or you say no NFA in the future? I guess that's better than just saying no NFA in space.
All right. So who has made their decisions on what they've had so far? So we had wheeled and well armed, right? Did you make a comment?
I'm good with the 10 Faglio.
You're allowed another.
Well, then I'd go with the, for weight wise, I would go with the POF Rogue. Get a AR-10 under 7 pounds.
All right.
So you get like one of the largest handguns ever, but then go light on the rifle.
He wants a handgun he can use as a rifle, at least in weight terms. That way, if you have to smack a bitch with it,
you will definitely have weight considerations, right? I was just watching some movie and they had to, move everything into one duffel bag or whatever. So there's probably going to be that kind of situation. So it's probably smart to not go with like two of the heaviest things you can come up with.
Well, his handgun operates as a secondary hammer if need be.
I do have a Sneaky Pete holster that attaches to my wheelchair. I guess on Mars, maybe I'll have exoskeleton. I don't know.
No, you'll probably have one of those floating chairs.
Okay, I'm ready to enter spaceport or dock or whatever it is with Model 29 Smith and an M134. So y'all better step back.
M134, what is that?
That's a minigun?
Minigun.
Bitch, you know you can't carry that much ammo.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Just like wave it around at people? You're never getting that ammo in any like more than 10 rounds for it.
It's a blunt force object.
I got a Wookiee. I carry his bandoliers. He carries my backpack.
I don't know. The whole scenario didn't say you get to have a Wookiee companion.
No slavery, DJ. No slavery.
Hey, he's a full partner.
Wookiees are spaceship partners.
Wookiees are people too, damn it.
Exactamundo. I couldn't have made the Kessel Run without him.
That dude on Clover saying that will not comply with their one gun rule. The one dude named Jane or whatever, is that what his name was on Firefly? He had like a whole bucket of guns, right? Or that box of guns in the first episode, isn't it?
You mean
well, here, tell you what, Clover. Cobb? Tell you what, Clover. We're not saying you only have to have one gun in your colony. It's just it makes more sense to carry one of each. That's all I'm saying. You can have plenty others, but your main carry. What is your main carry? There you go.
I think it depends if you're in a giant dome versus everybody wearing their own helmet too, right? Because if you got, if you just have to knock somebody's helmet loose, then it's different than worrying about shooting out the sidewall of the giant dome, killing everybody on Mars.
The rules were everything is Earth norm. Just assume that you can walk outside without any special protective gear.
Oh, you're in some crazy terraformed Mars.
Look, we're talking about Martian terraforming in general and colonies. So yeah, we're going to go with terraforming, and technology has been advanced to the point where that's possible. It's just firearms technology is the same as it is now, just because reasons.
What'll happen is we'll get the first, we already got like 15 robots on Mars, right? They're doing their business, getting landing strips paved or whatever they're doing. And then we'll take our first shuttle with people in it to Mars, and they'll bring one combustion engine. And then about, 45 days later, it'll be global warming all over Mars.
Yeah, we'll just put Chinese industry up there, and with their greenhouse gases being the most potent on our planet currently, I mean, shit, we'll get that place ready for human colonization and emphysema.
If that first ship that goes from Earth to Mars wouldn't be lazy and would instead take a giant cord with them or a tube and then just pump somewhere along, maybe 2 pumps along the line, and then it would pump all the bad stuff out of Earth and dump it onto Mars. Not only would it clean our stuff up, it would give them a head start on their business.
There you go.
It would look cool. We'd look like a giant bolo running through the system. People would know not to mess with these 2 planets.
They just would be like, look at these fucking human rednecks.
And you could talk through it. It'd just be like a set of cans. You could talk right through that tube. That tube would be so useful. All right. So it's Christmas. Anybody, I think someone asked if anybody got any gun stuff, huh? Or did you ask if you gifted any gun stuff? Is there any gun gifting?
My wife gave me some headset, or just US Bluetooth enabled, and they protected up to 29 dB, and they just go in your ears, but you can pair them with your cell phone, and they give you a 6x listening when things are, if you're listening to animals or something.
Are you wearing those now, or are you talking about like for the range?
I'm planning on wearing them at the range, but I might start wearing them around the house. I'm pretty hard of hearing. When people are talking to me in a different room, I don't hear what they're saying.
But I guess I'm saying you're talking like just amplified ears that shut down when there's a gunshot, as opposed to like a thing for your computer, not like a microphone for your computer.
But they're inner ear. They go in your ear, so you could wear them like a headset, like
earbuds.
Kind of like earbuds, but there's a cord between going over the back of your neck with a battery pack.
Right. And if you get a cell phone call, you'll hear it if you got it hooked up Bluetooth.
Yes.
Yeah. I've got the actual muffs that are made by Pelter, and they are just electronic where you can turn them on, and I like them because I've lost a lot of my hearing as well, and I can turn them up and it amplifies human voice, but anything over a certain decibel, it clips it.
So are you using those right now then, Wield?
No, I hadn't even pulled them out of the box. I just got them. Well, we do Christmas Eve, so I got them yesterday night, and
Gotcha.
I didn't really look at them today. I was doing drone. Both my twins got drones, so we were doing drones, and the girl drone, it's really lightweight. Every time I'd go up around the house, it'd go whoo and shoot over to the neighbors. It's light as I don't know. I'd say probably 4 ounces, 5 ounces.
That's interesting. Well, first, let me say, whenever you do get a chance to test those out, let me know, because I'm not in the market or anything, but I am curious because I've seen those hit the market since I've been buying anything, and I'm curious if they work, as buds as opposed to actual muffs. With the drone thing,
I'll give you a review on those pretty quick because I really like the look of them and they seem pretty neat. So I'll let you know so that I find out.
And it sounds better than I've seen ones that people get for the range. And then there was some dude who worked at a car noise factory, and he would wear them in Mr. Knives live chat all the time. But whenever they would freak out or get low battery or whatever the set of circumstances was, all they would do is amplify everything in that car factory. So it was horrible. Like that was horrible. But he wore them like all day long, I think. And then they were like his phone, right? So if it mixes the ones for the range and the ones for the phone so that you can just wear them all the time, that would actually be interesting. I don't think I'm interested in doing that, but it sounds like an interesting whatever product or what. But getting back
I got the Walker ones that are kind of the same setup, but they were $45 refurb, and they're crappy. I mean, they're basically just dumb earplugs. I mean, I wouldn't recommend those at all. But maybe I just got a bad refurb.
That's what I kind of figure most of the phone ones are. It's just a piece of plastic in your ear, so they're not going to do anything for a gunshot. But getting back to the drones, I was talking about, I think yesterday, but whenever we were at Tulsa this one year, I think it was I think it was the year I had a table, and I was selling stuff at the table, and a bunch of people were hanging out maybe it was the gun channel's tail. I just don't remember. But anyway, one year at Tulsa, this remote control drone place was across the aisle from us, so we were looking at them the whole damn show. We eventually bought a couple. I bought one, Clover bought one, and the one I bought was a toy. And then I barely learned how to use it, and then it broke on me. Like just as soon as I figured out how to use it, it broke on me. It was annoying. I crashed it like a million times figuring it out, and as soon as I kind of got the concept, it broke. So then I had him in my head that I really wanted to get a better one, but I was watching over his shoulder as a friend of mine used a good one to um, film the van one time. And the big difference is like what you were saying, how the wind comes and blows that thing when it's little. The other ones aren't even all that much bigger. It's just that they got brains in them. So when the wind comes, they just know it and they lean into the wind and stay pretty much dead on where you put them. And that was so cool. And at this point, that's like $150 drone. I think that's not even like super expensive now. So
well, you can actually get the GPS drones. That's what the real skill you're looking for, because it will take off and land from the same spot.
Yeah,
it will come back to you.
No, and then wind or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I think it's called like the Holy Ghost or something, Holy Smoke, and it's like I'll give you the model number, but it will actually follow your cell phone, so you don't even have to. You just set the height and you go jogging around the block, and it'll follow you and film you.
Well, that's what I was going to say is they're getting to that point now. And if they got cars that can drive around, then that's going to turn into that drone tech too. So I've seen things that are the size of phones. I've seen things that look like a ball that you throw up and it just sort of, there's all different things. And I've seen stuff that doesn't have props anymore. They just have blowholes basically, and they just blow air out. I mean, there's all kinds of neat stuff. So pretty soon, yeah, we'll just have some sort of weird, what's a robot that's a ball? Is there a ball robot? Or am I crazy? A floating ball? Some floating balls.
Mystical robot.
Like
I can go live and show it to you if you want to see it.
No, it's okay. But anyway, I'm thinking I can't wait to see what happens with drones, because they're going to have to get smaller and smaller and cooler, or else they'll look like some kind of weird butterfly or hummingbird.
Oh, dude. Listen.
Like Maximilian in the Black Hole. You remember him? He floated just like Bob, B.O.B., Bucket of Bolts, I think his nickname was, or whatever. Maximilian was the red one with the like Cylon eye, and he hovered up and had split wings and spinny blades and shit. That was some scary stuff.
Yeah, it went evil and shoved everybody into a black hole. But yeah, Bob was the good one. Yeah, we've seen it. It looks kind of like what are those things called? The DJ, well, whatever those things were called.
I've got a buddy who lives in Colorado, and me and him used to be real big into nitromethanol powered RC cars. And he now he's got a computer controlled, I guess it's almost like a big CNC machine, and he cuts his own carbon fiber and makes his own drone bodies and out of AutoCAD, and he races professionally up there. And they race, I guess they have these little like little dirigibles or balloons where you got to race and go by, and he wears the 3D glasses and the gloves, and I mean, it's really intense. I don't even know all the ins and outs, but he tells me that, his drone will go faster than 109 miles an hour through the air with 4 brushless motors, and he builds all the battery packs and everything himself, and that's like a big thing. And he flies it from the camera on board the drone at over 100 miles an hour through a course, and races other drones while doing it. It's really neat. He sent me a couple videos, and it was kind of crazy. Those things sound really loud. Those race ones with the high performance engines and propellers and stuff.
Yeah,
God, they sound like almost like a chainsaw going through the air.
I got a friend, yeah, like a hummingbird that's a robot. Like my friend's got, or for my friend who is into drones was into that for a good little while, and he would set up stuff around his backyard, like a hula hoop here, or like a ladder that he would go under, some, like different things around his yard, and then the kids would all just sit there watching him zip around. But he had, like you're saying, the goggles on, so he's seen through the drone, like if it was a little tiny airplane, and it's different because the control, like he was explaining it to me, that the controls are different. There's about three different, I think, ways you can run a drone, three different ways to run the controls. And yeah, he really liked it for a while, but I don't know, he quit doing it. So I don't know if it just got to be too tedious. You're always fixing it because no matter how good you are, you're constantly crashing the thing.
Yeah.
And there's pretty much nothing on it. It's just chassis, like you say, high performance motors, and as much lightweight battery as you can put in it, and then
And a speed controller.
Tiny camera. So
Yeah.
the whole thing was ounces. It didn't weigh nothing. So he really enjoyed fiddling with it. But he's the kind of person that really enjoys fiddling with stuff. But then most everybody I know like that, they're fickle. So as soon as they've kind of gotten as much out of it as they want, they move on to the next thing to fiddle with. But the main thing is I never paid attention is because he's like, these are no good. The cameras on them aren't good enough to like use them as like photography or anything, and kind of one trick ponies. So it'd be like getting like a race gun. I think like I wouldn't even want a race gun because the trigger would be set so light and it would be boring. You wouldn't be able to do nothing except take it and shoot fast with it. It'd be just a non-fun gun to just go shooting with. Maybe.
Did you see the video with the humble marksman this day before yesterday? I believe he was kind of taking aim at a much bigger channel on red dots. Anyway, it was a pretty interesting video and a lot to be learned. How to shoot faster with a red dot. How quick your target acquisition and trigger pull is on a close target versus a 30 or 50-meter target. Anyway, it was just a real teachable, learnable video by Humble Marksman.
It's like saying, hey, you want to know how to learn how to get from one side of town to the other side of town without having to learn as much as the next guy? Like, get on a bus. You'll still get there and it'll be in a vehicle. You just won't have to get a driver's license and learn to. So it's like, instead of learning how sights work, just get a cheater dot and use it. And then you're instantly an expert.
Well, that's what he was disproving. The other guy was saying a red dot is a crutch, and Humble was saying a red dot actually shows where your grip problems are, and teaches you how to be a better gunner.
I like red dots.
I do too, but not all of my guns have them.
I understand them, but I'm never going to be an advocate of them.
My AR has backup irons that are what came with it, and I've got a red dot on it. Unfortunately, I just don't have the ammo to go sight it in, but I plan on doing that at some point soon. But my 30-30 has a red dot on it just because I somehow am talented enough to break the sights it came with multiple times, and I'm just not interested in replacing them. And I don't think actually I can replace the front sight on this one now, so it's got a red dot on it to actually have something to shoot with. But I'd say the red dot does make it easier to pick up your target and hit it, but you're still going to have to practice basic fundamental marksmanship. I mean, that my red dot on my 30-30 I think is 5 MOA at 100, so 5 MOA at its normal setting. So I mean, I still have to be very cognizant of not moving while pulling the trigger, or else my shot is way off. So it's good enough for hunting for a 30-30 because I'm not going to use that over 100 yards, but it'll get the job done. But I still have to be, practiced in marksmanship, or at least shooting fundamentals for it to be effective. So it doesn't replace your ability to shoot or really give you a cheating hack or anything. It just makes your target acquisition a little easier. But again, still sending a round downrange and hitting your target effectively is still going to be completely on you, not on the site. So I disagree that you call it a cheater's site or whatever.
And Cobalt, there's another thing is when you're looking at a dot, you have all the visibility around the dot versus iron sights. You can't see what's below your barrel. That part is blind. So, if you saw a target, downrange, and you don't realize that they've got a a child with them or something lower because the barrel's covering it.
Yeah,
Right.
but you've also got the contrast of a bright dot against whatever's downrange at distance. So when you're trying to focus, depends on how you're shooting that thing too, I suppose. But I think you can always pick extremes, right? You can always pick the low hanging fruit. So as many as there are where it's great, there's also situations where it's not necessarily ideal. But
Well, you're right. I mean, it takes batteries. That's already a count against it. Iron sights don't require batteries. I
well,
used to be of your mindset, I think, G,
if it's
where
a tough
it was like
storm,
red dots are nice or whatever, but I mean they're not necessary. But at the same time, after being forced to use it on my 30-30, because I didn't really have another option without going to a gunsmith and getting some shit repaired. I mean, I've changed my mind and said, these are nice. Now, granted, I agree. I'm still going to keep irons where I can, but they're just so much easier to use. Like
Yeah,
they really are.
I'm not disagreeing. The thing is though, just rain, so a dirty rain, a mud splashed around. Think of like Rambo, where there's like splashed around with muddy, and there's any kind of muddy water flying around in glass. So there, you've got the potential of getting dirty, smudged, obscured, smeared, and whatever. You can shoot through most of that on most of them, and then you get to just having another torque, another angle, another perpendicular knob hanging off of a firearm is great, except for when you screw together your firearm. It wasn't such a big deal when they were made out of wood with a couple of screws going through into metal. You could pretty much torque on them guns as anytime you wanted. You could throw them at people and they'd always work. Start making them out of aluminum or plastic and screwing everything together, pinning everything together and hinging stuff. Anyway, I'm just saying that kind of stuff tends to be less fun when it doesn't just break off, but because it was made well, it takes a chunkier rail with it. I don't know. They're great, but then, they also are just things. And then it gets dirty or it's smudged with something, you bleed all over it, cough up on it. It's worthless. And now it's in your way. If you're going to have one, have it on a quick release. But, they're also, all the bad things I'm saying are ifs, when blah, blah, blah circumstances and blah, blah, blah. And all the other times they're just making most people shoot good. So the other part is sad now that they're out there, every bad guy has them. So every advantage as a new shooter or inexperienced or as somebody who's learning and they give you an advantage, they're giving advantages to all the bad guys out there that never picked up a gun before. I don't like that idea. Nothing we can do about it. I'm just saying, let's not forget that they're making all guns easier to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely make it easier because you have your eyes on the target and then you're putting a red dot on the target versus rear target, front target, and rear sight, front sight, and target. So it makes it a lot easier. But you're right. I mean, there's pluses and minuses, but that's the way the military's gone, at least on rifles. So I think everybody will go on eventually. Pretty much all.
I thought they went.
Yeah,
with
Dead Horse's son just went through basic, and he shot with an ACOG. He did not have to learn how to use iron sights.
So an ACOG though is just a non-magnified optic, so it's got crosshairs, right? It's not
It's not a red dot,
but similar. The concept is still the same. You're just figuring out to look at a target, throw your dots on the target, and then deal with it instead of align sights, align that with the target and deal with it.
Yeah, but the main point is they're not even learning the iron sights at this new generation of soldiers.
Right. And, I guess if they're not going to put them on there, then why bother? But I don't know if there is a reason to learn how to do the abacus if you've got a calculator, right? Like there's just at some point, yeah, great, that existed. Do you have to learn it? But then on the other hand, there's certain things that if you don't learn it, you're hindering yourself. You don't understand the big picture or why things are done or why this is easier, I guess, or what it's actually helping you so that you can get you don't just get things to be easier so you can go home early. You get things easier so that you can do more at the time, like so you can get more accomplished in the fight. So if that part isn't as expressed, so it's easier, and then everybody just goes home he's first, like, well, that didn't accomplish anything. It's got to be easier so that you can do something else and get more accomplished. But I'm laying a lot on there. It's Christmas. I don't necessarily win. I'm not a giant fan of them. But what was this question even? Where did it come from? Oh, I'm trying to remember. Oh, you were asking about them on the handgun? No, you were just bringing up the handgun. I know. Anybody wants to take it, go for it. We're 2:20 in. We still got 2 hours, 20 minutes in. We still got 10 people. Keep chatting. We'll keep chatting. We'll get some more coffee.
Yeah, I think the way that the red dot works, though, over like a magnified optic, is I can't use one because of my sight situation. But
Do you have astigmatism?
I'm missing my left eye and I'm legally blind in my right. And I have no, I don't see in 3 dimension, I see in 2. So I have no depth perception. And the way that a red dot you're supposed to work is you keep both of your eyes open. You look at your target and you bring the red dot into your line of sight, and your eyes will be looking at your target, focused on your target. Your subconscious mind will put the dot onto the target and hold it center to wherever you're looking. And that's how it works. But if I've only got one eye, it becomes like a scope. And if I move my head left or right a little tiny bit, it throws off the dot in there really bad. Like if you close your left eye and look at it through a red dot, you'll experience similar, not quite as bad. But the good thing about keeping both eyes open on the target is you have a situational awareness value of other things going around, less tunnel vision. So there's always pluses and minuses, and to every piece of type of equipment you put on a rifle, pistol, or whatever. But I really think that the like for like the Trigicon RMR type sight, those things are pretty bulletproof. And I'm actually seeing law enforcement agencies now starting to carry them. But I don't know. I mean, they seem to be proven themselves in combat with special operations and stuff. Now, how much life are they actually getting out of that before they have to replace it? I don't know. Those Trigicon units are very expensive.
Well, I mean, they're in the $600 range. I mean, that's not a deal breaker. Plus, I bet the military is probably getting them at $400 or $500. They're probably not giving them to the back office people and the people with truck driving MOS. They're probably still learning on iron sights, I'm guessing.
But I can't imagine they're going to have 2 basics. I guess they could have infantry basic and other, but you can't imagine 2 curriculums and set of standards.
Yeah, I mean, probably at some point, AR uppers will be built with a basic red dot maybe in the future. I don't know. I mean,
well,
it'll be like Halo with the battle rifle. If anyone's familiar with that game,
ACOGs do have irons on top.
I'm talking about like I think it was Halo 2, maybe. I don't know, whichever one had the built-in optic on it, that there was no iron option. It was just, and I know this is a video game, so it doesn't really matter that much, but there was one battle rifle on there that it came with, or Halo 3. It was Halo 3, where it not only like kept track of your rounds that you had left in the gun, but it also served as a sight, and you didn't have anything else as a sight. It was just that.
Didn't Sire or somebody like that make a bullpup with a built-in sight?
Steyr.
Steyr, yeah.
It was built in the late 70s, and it was the first actual. That rifle was pretty cool. It's a bullpup, and you could change the side of the rifle that the round ejects on. You could change it from a left or right hand ejection, and I wanted to say you could even change the scope from a right to a left, but I'm not positive on that. I know that we changed it to a left side ejection for a guy who didn't know how to do it one time. And I thought it was really cool because with it on the left side, the charging handle, you could really work the gun if you were right-handed. And this was back when I had both my eyes and really good vision. And I was like, well, this is a killer idea. And then the guy that owned the gun shop goes, yeah, all up until the time that it pukes on you and your head is right over top of the freaking chamber. And I was like, eee. And that was like my first experience with a bullpup.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the likelihood of that happening? I mean, you can say that with any gun until it pukes on you and then it blows up. I mean, what? I mean, is it any different?
Yeah. I've seen quite a few ARs come apart, and usually the top 1913 pick rail will peel like a banana, and it will blow the bolt through the barrel extension, shearing off bolt lugs and barrel extension lugs, and usually just blowing up the upper receiver around the ejection port and where the barrel nut bolts on. And basically, it contains quite a bit. It does blow the magazine straight down and usually will swell an aluminum magazine well a little bit. But the gun holds the explosion pretty well, and it's in front of your face. So it's, you're not sitting right on top. Usually what happens when a gun detonates like that from an out of battery discharge, it blows upward and downward with extreme force. That's why you always see the magazine come out of a gun, even if it's a pistol, and then the top part will peel. Well, if the top part comes apart like that, your chin and face is right on top of it, it could mean that you could lose an eye, severely, cut and lacerate yourself. I wouldn't want that to happen.
That's just a
to me.
design and engineering thing, though. That can be worked around and improved upon.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, I'm not going to say that that's the only way to build them, but what I am saying is, if you ever have that type of thing, the AR-15 was designed to make it very hard to have an outer battery discharge because of the fact that you're dealing with, instead of steel components of the frame, you're dealing with aluminum, which basically becomes like a pipe bomb if you have a large enough explosion or malfunction in the firing system. And so what you got to realize is, the further your face is away from anything like that, even though that it's designed not to be able to do that, because if the bolt is just a little bit out of battery, the hammer will hit the inside of the bolt carrier and will not let the hammer actually make contact with the firing pin. The problem is if it's slightly out of battery, where the locking lugs aren't fully behind the barrel extension lugs, it can go off because there's not enough space in between the bolt carrier and the actual barrel extension. If there's enough space there, the hammer won't hit the firing pin. But since there's just a little bit out of battery, it'll hit, and that usually is when they go kaboom.
Well, I mean, you probably have a lot more experience with that than I do. I mean, I'll admit that I've always been very pro gun in my lifetime, but I've only been able to really, what do you say, get experience with firearms over the last, what, 6 years? So I'll admit that you have probably way more experience than I do on that issue, but I don't see that as a very common issue that is faced by people. So I just don't see the validity in that argument.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I've shot so
No.
much AR ammo during the in October when you have to get rid of all the ammo at the military. I mean, barrels are melting, and I've never seen one explode. I mean, Tavors are bullpups that are Israeli standard issue, and nobody ever talks about, being killed by a Tavor exploding.
It's kind of like when people were complaining about plastic on Glocks, but Glocks are now one of the most ubiquitous firearms in at least America, if probably not other places as well.
We're talking about the conditions when it would happen. So you can't just say, like an airplane never, only crashes once in a while, therefore it's safe. Like, okay, great. But then if this airplane's missing a wing, it's not safe, right? So you can't just say in all absolute perfect conditions, the thing doesn't fail, therefore it's good. No, that doesn't work. Like when guns explode is when there's dirt in the barrel, right? When there's an obstruction. So, or when it's some sort of a rapid fire and there's multiple rounds going off out of timing or something. So if it's not full auto issue, then it's obstruction of the barrel. So what it would be is like in battle or in some sort of a situation where the thing's used at such a, fast rate or, in such obscure conditions where you could get something in a barrel. And then when it has a catastrophic failure, how many catastrophic failures result in the operator error? And that's more of a statistical like specimen sheet that we want, not just how many times does the gun go off without the error, without the operator getting hurt, but when the thing blows up and just the times when it blows up. Does it blow up in such a way that the guy gets hurt? Because that's just telling us when, where, and how the machine fails. That still isn't what you guys are saying. Like, if you're not planning to take your firearm into a situation where it's going to get its barrel clogged or it's going to have that complete failure, then it doesn't matter to you how it fails. But we're saying if you're planning on, or if you have a scenario where your gun might get to a place where there is going to be a catastrophic failure and you're going to be the one making that happen, you're going to be driving it when that happens. Do you want a motorcycle when you crash, or do you want a semi truck when you crash? Like, you're not trying to crash, but you're going to be doing something where there's a pretty good chance you're going to crash. Are you going to take the semi truck, or you're going to take the motorcycle?
I get what you're saying, G, but again, that goes back to design of the firearm. And if they design it to where if it explodes, it goes in a certain direction, yeah, you're still probably going to get hurt, because there's a chance even with a traditional setup like an AR that you'll still get hurt if a random piece of metal decides to fly into your fucking forehead.
Well, yeah,
but
in that condition, you're not holding it normal. So in those circumstances, maybe you're all up on it weird, and then who cares? Yeah, it's gonna blow up, and you're gonna
but
get
in
hurt.
the same vein, again, it goes back to design. So if they design it to where the gun will withstand a certain amount of pressure to a certain point, and any excess pressure will be directed down and through the magazine tube or whatever. So yeah, you're still going to get exploded bits going down the front of you, but it's at least not your face. I mean, they can work around that. And also the fact that many many military forces throughout the world that are, first-rate militaries, like the French, the Australian, etc. Hell, even the British with, what was it, the L-85, they're all deciding to use the bullpups. So I don't see how it's really that much of an issue.
Well, we were talking about the Steyr AUG, and the thing is with the AUG, is it was inherently dangerous about out of battery discharges. And I can't remember, but I think they had gone through some lawsuits and had to revise the design of the weapon. And I'm not really up to speed on the Steyr AUG, even though we sold them at the gun range and the shop that I worked at. But I never serviced them more than just taking them apart and cleaning them and stuff like that for customers. But there, if you look it up, there was a series of guns. I'm pretty sure they revised the build specs to make it so that it wouldn't do that. But they did have an issue with them detonating out of battery. And there were people hurt because there was a lawsuit, and that's what led to the modification of the design. The Tavor, if you look at the Tavor, it's got some good things and bad things as well. It's not the most accurate rifle in the world at all. The AR outperforms it in accuracy, probably quite a bit. I would say it's quite a bit more accurate of a firearm. But the thing is with the Tavor is where they built the actual receiver around the bolt. If it goes off, it forces everything down. And because the magazine is in the back and where if you have a AR-15 pop on you from an out of battery discharge, the magazine will either usually, if you're right-handed, hit you in the right knee or in the top of the right foot, right on your arch, and shatter your foot or your knee. Where the Tavor, when it blows its magazine down and most of its guts, when it catastrophic fails, goes down, it just goes into the dirt because you're not actually underneath the magazine because of where it's at. So there are designs in the Tavor just for out of battery explosions and detonations. So, but you're talking about a gun that's built in the 2000s, and you're talking about the Steyr AUG, which I think it was patented back in 78 or maybe even 77.
That just goes right back to what I was saying before. You can add new design features into whatever to mitigate a problem. So if the Devore had that kind of technology, has that kind of technology today, we can apply that kind of, or not we, but the designers and people in charge of the AUG can still apply that to the AUG itself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they work the bugs out of it because there's still military forces in the world that use that weapon system. I want to
It's
say,
like saying the old automobiles of like the 1910s, right? Yeah, if you got into a wreck with those, then everything is. If you got into a high speed wreck anyway, which I guess we can consider something like a catastrophic failure of a failure to be in battery, would be. If you were to have a high speed collision with those two, yeah, everybody's going to be fucking dead. But if you have a high speed collision with today's cars that are designed in the way they are, where they have crumple zones, the bodies are meant to, the car itself is literally meant to shred itself apart so that the people inside can live to see another day. And
yeah, it
people can complain
absorbs.
about the design of that, like, oh, well, they don't make them as strong as they used to. Well, yeah, there's a fucking reason for that. But you could use that same logic saying, yeah, the cars that were designed back then, or the Steyr AUGs back in the 70s, 80s, whatever, um, were designed in this way. But if we design them in a new way today with catastrophic failures in mind, and what will happen if it goes the old way of design compared to something new like the Tavor, and we have it designed to where everything blows out the fucking magazine, but the rest of the gun stays intact, therefore saving the shooter's life, or at least saves them from being maimed, then, I mean, again, it's a design issue.
Yeah, most definitely. But what the beautiful thing about the like the Steyr and the Tabor, is that you get such a short profile of weapon system without giving up barrel length. So,
Right. I mean,
because
myself, I'm preference towards the AR system because as a left-handed shooter, I can use it a lot easier than I can a lot of bullpups. I mean, bullpups just aren't usually meant for people who are left-handed, unfortunately.
yeah.
So
Hey, by chance, have you used a left-handed AR yet?
I have not. I did not even know those were a thing. I mean, that makes sense to me. I mean,
Yeah.
bolt actions are made for left-handed people, but I mean, the typical trope for a left-handed person is just try to find something that's right-handed, but somewhat ambidextrous enough for you to work that you're not going to get hit in the face or killed by it.
Yeah. They actually have left-handed ejecting AR-15 uppers now. I
Yes.
actually built one for a fellow that had no right eye. So he had to have a left. He wasn't even left eye dominant, but had to teach himself how to shoot. And I put one together for him and ordered the upper receiver and the bolt carrier all in left-hand ejection.
That's
Pretty
interesting.
neat.
I guess I've just learned to use the right-handed world's tools to my advantage, and I mean I'm left eye dominant myself, and my AR works perfectly for me, at least well enough for me to fire targets down range on a static
Yeah.
range.
Yeah,
I mean,
most of the left-handed people I know use the AR normal. Some of them will put like an AMB selector on it, but or safety, I guess. But most of the time, they're just fine with using because they don't have to adjust their hands the same way we do when we're using it right-handed or whatever.
I mean, it
But
would be interesting for a bolt action. That's where lever actions kind of come into play. Lever actions are great for left-handed people because it doesn't matter if you're manipulating the lever with the left or the right hand. It's going to eject the same regardless. But bolt action, that would be an interesting thing for me to own if it was set up for a left-handed, for shits and giggles to see how fast I can run the action if it was set up left-handed.
yeah, they make left-handed bolts for sure, and I know right-handed people that'll shoot left-handed bolts for reasons. I was just going to throw out there that the ARs are made by Stag, so they basically, from what they say, they just took the AR blueprint or the machine files and mirrored them. So you get the upper and lower are backwards, all the controls are just opposite, and then the bolt carrier is of course opposite, and then I guess the bolt is too. And then they make all those at Stag. They already made parts, so they just decided to do that. They've been making it now for a while, but it's all proprietary. It's not like it's a modified right-handed one. It's just 100% straight up from the drawing board, left-handed. Everything's the same, just opposite. So very well made. And then the only disadvantage, I guess, is proprietary. You have to buy all the parts from them.
I guess one of the reasons I don't get any of my stuff converted, besides financial reasons, is I mean, a lot of the people I bring out to shoot, my best friends and anyone I can, honestly. I'd love to just take as many people to the range as I can. They're, I mean, statistically more than likely going to be right-handed, so it makes more sense to keep all my stuff right-handed. But it would be kind of nice if I had some left-handed stuff. But that aside, I'll stick with my righties. I'll deal with the disadvantage, so to speak, of right-handed setup for a left-handed person. And parts availability is also another thing. Like, it's easier to find stuff for things that are standard production versus special production, like left-handed exclusive firearms.
And the left-handed folks I know don't want to intentionally force themselves to learn something that's one way when in a situation that's austere or crazy, they pick up anything off the ground, it's going to be a different way. So they'd rather just learn how to shoot, adapt around the way right-handed people do stuff like they do with everything else so that when it's horrible, they're not like behind the eight ball, I guess, like created a situation where they're not up to speed, I guess.
No, I get you. I agree with that, actually.
And that's frustrating,
we've-
but what are you going to do? You know, if I got glasses, I mean, I just have to learn that, you know, there's things I can't do if you don't got glasses. If you're fat, there's things you can do. If you're thin, there's things you know, there's just, everybody's got their physical restraints to what we can do.
We all learn to adapt to the common, not denominator, but what am I looking for here? But the common way of doing things, regardless of any special needs we might have, we try to just go with the social standard.
For practicality, if nothing else, right? But like I say, I think most of the left-handed people, and at least for me, I like shooting. I'd rather shoot a regular gun left-handed than a left-handed gun, right?
Seems like the most economical option to me. I mean, like I said, finding something that's fine as a left-handed person. Finding something that's fine-tuned for a left-hander is going to be more expensive than finding something off the shelf that's meant for everybody else. So, fuck it, I'll stick with everybody else's shit. Adapt, improvise, overcome, right?
And then repeat.
Did you guys ever talk about guns that you got for Christmas when you were a kid?
We did yesterday a little bit, but I don't think it was different people yesterday.
My family's pretty anti-gun, so I never got shit.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
I literally had a remote control car taken away from me because the controller looked too much like a gun.
I'm sorry, that happened to you. My first.
It is what it is. The funny thing is, as much as anti-gun as they are, I think it reinforced the fact that I was very pro-gun. Like, if they had just been like, oh yeah, this looks like a gun, that's fine, I probably would not be as pro-gun as I am today and pro-2A because of that. But the fact that they kept saying, oh no, you can't have this, well, why? Why is it so dangerous? And that just made firearms more interesting to me.
That was the exact opposite, Gillis. I think I might have been 10 when I got my first break action 20 gauge from my dad. Although I did think it's interesting looking back on it, was always from my parents and never from Santa.
Somebody perverted my son because I gave him a gift from Santa today, and he opened it, and it was the double-barreled shotgun one, and he said, Santa doesn't give guns as gifts. I was like, who told you that? And he wouldn't tell me. He said, Santa doesn't give guns as gifts. I'm like, yes, he does. You shut your mouth.
I feel like if Santa gives a kid a gun, he's going to say to the kid, don't shoot your eye out, kid. Right?
For sure.
Because he
It's
cares.
solid advice.
But I'm old enough that was before the movie.
Well, I mean, the movie is just reinforcing that concept that Santa cares, and he would offer that safety advice.
And then he kicks you in the head with his big boot.
I don't know about all
Dude.
that. Oh, yeah.
Hey, when I got my first BB gun, I don't know about you guys, but I was never told to be careful not to shoot my eye out. I was always told, don't shoot anything that I'm going to have to pay for.
Yes.
Yeah, always. It was like, here you go, don't hit a window. And that was basically the litmus test. You could have a BB gun until you shot somebody's window or something, and then you couldn't have a BB gun.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know that giving projectile shooting objects to kids is kind of one of those things where you have to kind of gauge their responsibility at that age and their mental capacity to handle that. But I actually am thinking about getting my son like a Red Ryder BB gun or something for his next birthday or Christmas. So
I think it's something that offers it. I don't know. I'd have to go back. I don't think it's possible to go back and have the conversations for us, but you could if you had somebody to ask, but whatever your circumstances are. But do you give the kid a gun when they're ready, or is giving the kid a gun one of the ways you judge how ready your kid is.
Or you can make them ready. You start teaching.
Start yelling
Well,
and threatening. Oh wait, you're saying nice.
Different teaching channel.
I get what you're saying, G-Webs, but like, for example, we talked about this, I think, last night, that my son is still not responsible enough to not point it at somebody, and that's kind of a big issue for me. But I mean, say if I gave him a BB gun this year and he pointed it at his mom or his brother or whatever, and he had his finger on the trigger, right? That's something I've been really trying to instill on him, and he's actually been pretty good about this. Because I took him out to the farm once and took him shooting like a pellet gun with me. Granted, I did a lot of that, but or helped him hit his target on that a lot. But he was very good about keeping his finger off the trigger at the very least, that makes me really happy. But the fact that he was pointing things like, and I know it's Nerf guns, it's one thing, but it still is the main issue. He was pointing it at family members and other just people in general bothers me to the core. And the fact that I had warned him about it in the first place, and then he continued to do it, that makes me see that he's not really responsible enough to have those kind of things. So if I were to hand him a BB gun and he were to do the same thing, and say he had a temporary lapse in judgment and had his finger on the trigger and fired and hit somebody, say in the eye or something, I don't know. I feel like you have to be responsible enough to have it in the first place, then hand it to them and see how responsible they are.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, for sure. You gotta, I don't mean, whatever, you gotta get, figure he's at some level, but then, yeah, like now you're earning the next stage. Like you were trained this stage, congratulations, you're not done. This is going to allow you to get to the next stage. So you did a bunch of stuff to get here. Like, guess what? Nah, that was just the beginning. But
yeah,
I think
it's a
that's
constant
part of it, right?
education
That's
thing.
the evolution. Because as soon as you get a BB gun, at least I think you're like, okay, this is my transition to a real gun. And I don't know, I've had chats and other chats with our conversations and other chats with different parents, I guess, different fathers who had different ways of doing it. But I mean, I think it's pretty easy to set down a set of consistent protocols or standards for play and for responsibility with guns. Like when it's time to play, it's time to play. But pointing a Nerf gun at somebody is still, that would be like pointing what's another toy that, like a squirt gun. That would be like pointing a squirt gun. Are you intending to squirt them or are you threatening them? Because even though it doesn't hurt them, you're intending to start a fight or start some sort of, you're antagonizing. So it might not be just the consequence of whatever the word is, like danger or hurting someone, but just so much as like by doing that, you're starting a fight. So you don't point a gun at someone the same way you don't get the dog all mad at someone as a joke. I mean, there's just certain things that are broken and there's certain things that aren't, and that's certainly not. So even though this is a toy gun and we do play shoot at each other, I don't know, I'm just getting into it, but I'm just
hell, I don't even do the play shoot at each other at this point. Like I've already told him if he points one of the toy guns that he got from Santa or me at anybody, I'm breaking them and throwing them in the trash. Because he's already on his last things. Like I don't play around with this because I know what can happen if you point the wrong thing at the wrong person, and my son ends up on the news. So I'm very cognizant of that fact. So I already told him that if he points any of his toy guns at anybody, I'm going to break them and throw them away. And that might be a little hard or heavy-handed of me, but again, it reinforces the point.
No, I don't think it's hard. I think as long as you let them know that there's a way to earn it back. But I know people that had that exact same thing happen to them. Unfortunately, here's the deal, and this is us, right? So I know from this side because I'm his friend, but my friend had a BB gun, and his room was second floor, and the neighbor claims that their house was shot by a BB gun. And I know my friend, there's no possible way. Like, there's nothing that would have instigated him to shoot some house with a BB gun, right? Anyway, the neighbor told the dad, and then um, the dad immediately went and did what you said, smashed it against a hole in the garage or whatever. And that kid just never had a BB gun with the rest of us. So that was sort of like, we know he didn't do it. He knows he didn't do it, and he was in a, what do you call that? Like a no-win scenario. You can't. There's nothing you can do as the kid. He was set up or something, and he was just out of it. So that's the only thing I would say. And then that guy's dad, unfortunately, was the one strike. Never again could he have a gun. So that's all I would say is just in that, like, let the kid grow up, let there be a problem or confusion or something so that he has a way to get it back is all I would add to it because of that specific thing I knew about.
And
I can agree and disagree with that.
Yeah,
That's kind of one of those conflicted things that goes through my mind, but I can appreciate your wisdom on that.
something else to think about,
Only
brother.
experience. If I wouldn't have experienced that, I'd be like, I could totally see, like, yeah, you know what? That's a super critical thing. As soon as you do it, like, there's no coming back from that. Like, you don't get to say sorry and a person is alive again. Like, I can understand the fate, what's the word? Like, the finality of her. Is that the right word? Of that. But at the same time, you don't want the kid to be like, well, I'm not a gun owner. Might as well vote against gun law. It's not that bad.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, I would never try to institute that on my kid, but
yeah, but another way to do it is just a little bit different of what you guys are talking about. Is my father, when he thought I was old enough to go out with him and do some shooting in the orange groves, we went out and he brought a soda can with him, like a full Pepsi or Coca-Cola aluminum can, and he set it up on a 5-gallon bucket upside down, and he shot it with a 12 gauge, and the entire soda can with birdshot completely just disintegrated. He let me over there and he showed me what a gun can do. If you shoot at something, it will destroy it, letting me know firsthand what it was capable of. But then putting a 22 in my hands and shooting with me and making it, instead of waiting until I did something wrong to punish me, making it an objective thing that I had to learn each step to make myself more proficient and more responsible, and geared my life totally towards that, being more responsible instead of being hazardly with it. I would, come right to him if one of my friends wanted to see it. I would ask for his permission to take it out of the safe and make sure it was unloaded, and he would stand by and watch and be involved and handle things on that kind of basis. Built my confidence up as a young boy, and also gave me something to strive to be able to complete, like, to learn how to use it correctly, to be safe with it, not to do something stupid, and to make my dad proud of me, and those were very important to me as a young boy. So you can look at it like, we'll just wait until he does something stupid, or we can go through instructions and make it a positive learning experience that will benefit him later on in building relationships and being trustworthy. I mean, all the way through his life as a positive thing, and not so much worry about him doing something, waiting for him to shoot a car window out or something like that. That can all be basically overcome with positive reinforcement and guidance, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. That's how it was with me. I don't have a child, so I'm not I'm not like Mr. Dad over here, but that's how my dad handled it, and it worked pretty well with me.
Well, Echo, I think that actually would that explanation is very, very good actually. And to add on to that, I would think that every man should own power tools, right? I mean, you never know when you might need them. So I think one way I could use power tools to kind of illustrate that same point to my kid is like a circular saw or something. You fuck up with that and you fuck up big time. Like there is no coming back from cutting your fucking hand off, cutting your finger off. If you're lucky, maybe the doctors can reattach it, but the finality of you just cut your finger off is a pretty fucking big deal. Um, I think I could use that to, or you apply that same logic to something like a firearm when my son gets a little older and say, hey, look, if you shoot somebody, whether it was intentional or not, or you were just playing around, it doesn't matter. The fact is you shot somebody and you have to live with that for the rest of your life. When I was a kid, there was a guy that used to bully me a lot throughout town. Like he would track me down through town. And he would physically try to attack me. Granted, most of the time I was able to get away. Well, it turns out on a trip with one of his friends, he actually ended up getting shot in the stomach with a 12 gauge, and so now his belly button is about 90 degrees to his right side. Um, I don't know exactly where I'm trying to go with this, but basically, that finality, like I would use that example to my kid, like, hey, this is what happens if you fuck around and don't and think that this is just a game and that these are just toys. They aren't toys. They are tools, just like daddy's power tools, just like a hammer or whatever. If you fuck around with them, you can hurt yourself or somebody else. I guess that's what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah. I don't see why that shouldn't be encompassed together. That seems like that would work very well because I sawed my fingertip off in a chop saw, and I think I was 19 or 20 years old when I did it.
All right. You already got into bloody hands earlier.
Well, gee, didn't you do something to a finger?
What is it with you people and chopping your hands off on Christmas? The third time this gun chat has brought up bloody.
Look, half the Christmas colors are red, okay? So god damn it, let us have this.
Well, I'm gonna agree with you guys. I think anything, as a teacher, anything can be taught. And now I lived in, because I'm old, I'm 50 in my next birthday. I lived in a very different world when I was a little kid. Like we did all kinds of stuff that little kids don't do now. Like, like get on your bike and ride all around forever for hours and hours. And my parents had no idea where I was, but that was just how you lived back then. But I definitely, being a lifelong duck hunter with my dad, like when we go shoot my 20 gauge, he had all the ammo and it was a break action. So he would hand me one, I'd shoot. He'd hand me another one, I'd shoot. I didn't get a whole bunch of them or nothing. So that 20 gauge sat in my closet. And when I was older, I could have ammo, but like it wouldn't even dawned on me to like be pissed off at somebody or use it for anything other than duck hunting. It was just a tool for duck hunting.
Yeah, that would be like, let me go into the garage and grab the wall or the drywall like stilts and use them to club some. Like you wouldn't think, oh, like let me go grab a pipe that we used one time to clear a drain or something and hurt somebody with that. Like,
right. But I can think of thousands of times where we took our cap guns and absolutely pointed guns at each other and shot the tar out of each other. I think we knew the difference between a toy gun and a real gun, but we never had Nerf guns, so I don't know.
I would say that the whole idea of introducing something that does fire a projectile that you can shoot at each other, in setting the difference between the lethality and the pretend world, is something that you have to wait till they're a little older and they appreciate nuance for.
I don't know, because as you guys were saying that, what about airsoft and paintball? That's pretty much shooting something that.
No, I agree with you, G. I totally agree with you on that. That's what I'm saying. You have
I
to
don't think it gets anybody.
or like laser guns. laser tag or something like that. Yeah, you're firing something at each other, but it's not one of those things that's a life altering event. It's safer than BB or paintball, but
Well, yeah,
I totally agree.
paintball. I played paintball since '84 and stopped in 2010, and the whole time that I've been around playing World Cup paintball in Orlando and playing paintball all over Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida, I never once had one person accidentally get shot in the eye, because when we set up the games, there were safety rules set up so that you had a mask zone where you had to have your mask on no matter what, even if you couldn't see through it. You just sit down on the ground if you can't see, but leave your mask on. You had a place where you would put your barrel condom on so that, if you accidentally fired the gun, it would just shoot a paintball into like a sock on the end of your barrel with an elastic string on it.
Did you just solve all gun crime? Make people shoot 9mm and just put a loose condom on the end of the barrel? We've just solved all inadvertent problems, any accidental injuries.
Fuck it, G. Just make them shoot 22.
That actually 22s have killed more people than any other firearm caliber in the world.
Well, yeah, because people assume 22 is not going to kill you, but 22 will kill you dead from 440 yards because it's still a lead projectile traveling at relatively high speeds. But, I mean, if we're going to say put a barrel condom on a 9mm, which is objectively a lot more powerful than the 22, let's just say let's put a 22 in there and put a barrel condom on that. It ain't going to go nowhere, will it?
Yeah, well, I mean, what we call a 9mm with a barrel condom is less lethal.
I'm sure it would bungee. It would do one of these things where it shoots out like a bungee cord, stretches out the elastic nature of the material, and then slaps right back in there, and that could push you over or knock you down. It would be dangerous. It would be like getting pushed by a small child when you're not thinking of, like it's not the force, it's just you're not expecting it, and it might catch you up.
Did you just tap me with a 22 inside of a barrel condom? That was very rude of you.
Yeah, we'd come back all limp and kind of slappy. It would be,
it'd come back and hit you and then dangle.
Oh.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, look at this guy. He can't. He's not 2A enough to join the chat, but he's 2A enough to bring up a bunch of
listen.
Hey, Clover, why don't you join in?
What is he saying?
He's probably doing exactly what I do sometimes. He's sitting with his wife and watching something else, and he doesn't really care about the show, so he's strictly listening to this and typing.
Yeah. He's saying something about worldwide 9 something has hurt more feelings than any other caliber worldwide. Maybe that's what he said. Maybe I didn't learn.
That's the most deadly thing of all, is something caliber that can hurt your feelings.
That was like when Obama.
If you look at the statistics on this chat alone, I have attitudes about 9mm, and I don't care. Like, I will say my opinions on 9mm, like, fortunes be damned, and I pay for it. The industry is out to get me. And if you look at the comments on this one, simply my opinions on 9mm alone have created a thumbs down ratio here that no one would even have noticed unless I brought it up. So just a heads up.
Well, like we said before, even a 22 can kill you dead at 440 yards, so don't worry about it. 9mm, go safe in your masculinity. If you don't carry 45, that's fine, but I mean, when you want to join the big boys club like the rest of us.
Well, if you're going to carry 9, carry 2 of them, and then it's like carrying an 18, and then you're like a lot more than a lot of people.
18 caliber.
You're still less than half of a 45.
Yeah, that's the word.
What about nine
Hey,
times?
don't get me wrong. I
18?
love my Beretta 92X, but bro, like I feel a lot more confident with that single stack 45. I don't know if it's just an American thing or what, but
G hooked me on Sportsman's Guide before Bass Pro Dude snatched him up, and I'm glad, but probably doesn't want to know that I got a bunch of Italian leather gear, like the drop holster and cross belt and waist belt and handcuff case and white gloves and a whole bunch of other stuff, and it was the whole package of like times 2 or 3 over cost me like $30. That's all good stuff. So yeah, that's where my 92S is going to go.
you say white glove and handcuffs and leather. That sounds dirty.
Yeah, dude, it's dirty 9mm, dirty.
Well, like somebody who's directing traffic. So Clover says, I just brought that up because as a young instructor, I had to debunk the whole 22 is the deadliest caliber thing. So he's saying that that's what a wives' tale.
Yeah, it's.
I've heard it for a long time. I think that also might have just been one of those things because back in the day we would go, oh, that's just a 22, right? When we were learning hunter safety or some sort of thing as a kid, right? And that's one of those things to like shut the kids up. Hey, the caliber that you're all disregarding right now is the deadliest one.
Yeah, it also boils down to where crime happens, and people that commit crime usually aren't the most well armed. They will have guns that they have gotten off the streets or from friends and family. And they did a study, it was many years ago, and they investigated a bunch of convicts that had committed like felony crimes with firearms, and less than 1% said that they had got their firearm from a legal source. It was like 0.4, something like that. And most of it, these guns came from other people that do illegal, like drug dealers, stuff like that. They would loan guns within people that commit crime, and they would actually give like a revolver. It would make its way through like 8 or 9 felonies, like where they had shot people, and they were able to track the gun finally, if they got it, back to like 4 or 5, sometimes 10 other crimes. And it was 10 different like gang members, or 6 or 7 different gang members that actually had possession of it over like a 6-month period. And it's kind of weird how you can see how, that boils down to, no matter how many gun laws you pass, you're not really affecting the criminal because, he doesn't follow the law. That's the definition of criminal.
Wait. So first off, that's called a community gun. And second of all, criminals don't follow laws? What? You mean if we pass laws against gun ownership, that criminals aren't going to be affected by it? What?
Yeah, I feel like if there weren't community guns roaming the streets, then that gun wouldn't have made all them innocents all violent.
You're right. We need to ban community guns. There we go.
That's one of the things John Lott brings up in his book, is that community gun idea.
It takes a community gun to have a bunch of free guns in the community. What if they were like those bikes, where like a dumb gun that nobody wants to own, like a 50 BMG that costs too much to own, but you want one once in a while to shoot it, right? Like you just leave them at a range, and it's got some sort of credit card swiper on it. You want to shoot it, you just credit card swipe it. It's like $10 an hour, shoot it or whatever. If you maybe just want to clean it, it's like $5 an hour. So you just swipe it, clean it, and then leave it there. I think that would be the way to do it.
If you want to clean it, that helps keep fingerprints off of it. So that's actually getting paid to do it. So let's just say negative $2 an hour.
No, I'm not talking for, well, maybe by helping to keep clean it, you do get paid. But I'm just saying, because because you are performing a service. I'm just saying, like, literally, like, just the way that you have those things is like a community service. We have these community guns. So, like, let's say there's a pigeon problem. Instead of like being griping about it or moping, just put a couple of 22s with like a cord or something so nobody walks off with them, and some sort of a credit card swiper. And if you're bored at lunch or something, you can just sit there shooting off pigeons or whatever on the rooftops. And then,
Like the binoculars they have near bridges and stuff where you put the
Coins in and shit.
Yeah, coins in. That would be perfect.
all down bridges, like you could just have like community guns hanging out on bridges, so you could just like go to lunch, take like an apple, wing it in there. Like we used to take like the empty box of ammo. We'd have this like water that we would shoot into, so we would take like the 22s, and then whenever the box was empty, we'd fold the box back up and throw it, and it would float for a good long time until you shot the hell out of it. So anyway, just throw stuff in the water and shoot at it.
You know, we'll set up those things in nature preserve areas. That way, when because we need to make sure that poachers don't get out there and start killing wildlife willy nilly, right? So let's just set up a little 308. Maybe you see somebody walking around that isn't supposed to be out there with a rifle and takes a non-game animal. Just give them a polite little pop to the head. You know what I mean?
You know what? If the game animal had a community gun laying around, I don't think they're going to get poached.
Exactly.
Armed critters.
Armed elephants.
Armed critters ain't food.
Real.
Armed critters.
I'm someone that actually appreciates hunting, but poachers, fuck those guys. Fuck them all.
Hey Clover, I got those targets that they sent me. I appreciate you, man.
Oh wow. Yep.
So what happened? It's tomorrow or something? Like, how did we go long enough to wait till Clover woke up?
You said 22 too many times, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
even the most dead asleep FUD isn't gonna let people talk smack about 22 for too long.
Right. Exactly. No, I've been up. We went seen the Christmas movie. Went and seen the Wonder Woman movie. So.
Oh. You seen the movie before me? I didn't know what you were gonna go see. So just without ruining it, without spoiling it, was it good or bad?
It was a DC movie. Put it that way.
Okay.
I'll let you read into that whatever you want.
I like Wonder Woman a lot. I really like DC movies.
Wait. Movies are still a thing? I thought the theaters were closed.
Wah, wah, wah.
No, they opened.
One I went to wasn't. And
you went to the theater, right? You went to the fancy kind where you eat there, or no?
Yeah. And most of the people, I would say probably 80% of the people wasn't even wearing a mask. So.
Yeah, I found out that if I leave the county that I'm in, if I leave the city I'm in and I go to the county, which is bigger than the state of Connecticut, if I go out to the county, I don't have to wear a mask anymore. I can just go live regular life if I leave my town.
I'm not sure it's that way in that particular city at other places, but I figure part of it is you walk into this movie theater and there's like the ticket counter where the girl works or the employees work. I don't want to be sexist because sometimes it's a dude. And then immediately to the right and the left is if you ordered tickets online where you go to print them out. And then behind that is a bunch of tables and stuff. And then there's this huge bar, literally like a bar, like full stocked bar. And then there's a hallway down one side and a hallway down the other. And that's where all the theaters are at, right?
It was always a theater, right? It's not like it.
Yeah, no, it was built. Yeah, it was built to be a theater. So anyway, it's like as soon as you walk in the doors, literally, I mean, you could easily throw just about anything, and hit the bar. So with people around the bar drinking and the tables there with the food, you know what I'm saying? Because some people eat out they don't eat like while they're watching the movie. They'll eat before they go to the movie. You know what I'm saying? Out in the eating area, right? And then people eat in the theater, so it's not conducive to wearing a mask all the time anyway when you walk in. So it doesn't make any sense to walk to the bar and take your mask off and then put it on to walk to the bathroom and then put it on to walk to your seat, but then sit in this enclosed room with I don't know how many other people, a bunch, right? With your mask off while you're eating some food at your seat. That just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, the vast majority of people weren't wearing a mask in there.
Well, y'all, I'm gonna sign off because I gotta make a hell of a drive starting tomorrow. So I'm
Oh
planning
yeah,
on
man.
leaving before the fucking sun really gets too high because I want as much daylight as possible. I don't want to drive at night when I'm up north in fucking snow and shit. Because again, Texan don't know how to drive in that shit. But
Be safe.
y'all have a great night. It's been fun talking to y'all.
Yeah,
Be
rest
safe
well,
and
man. Travel safely.
be safe and
I
enjoy
will.
the country. You're going to drive through some amazing parts of the planet. Have fun.
Oh yeah, no, I've driven up that way before, except it was in the
Oh,
summer.
right on. Oh, cool. So then you can contrast it with seasons. That's fun.
Right on. All right, y'all have fun.
Late. So Woods, which lock book was that? The community gun?
Well, really not community guns. What he was essentially saying is that 5-county thing, and in those counties that there was several crimes done by several guns. He never said community gun in it, but he brought up the idea
Okay, gotcha.
that most gun crime you can bring to 5 counties. The vast majority of it. And that's all. And then it's also very linked to the drug trade.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen movies where like the drug gang or whatever, like even the old-fashioned,
Yeah.
like Al Capone gang would be
Yeah,
like,
let's go get him.
"Oh,
And then
we're gonna go
all
get
the
him,
guns
like grab the guns out of the barrel or whatever," and then they grab the guns and go do whatever, and then they put them back in the barrel, and then 6 weeks later, a year later, they're like, "Oh, we need the guns again." So yeah, it's not like they're all carrying around guns all the time.
The Pink out there says he watched it on his couch. Yeah, we don't have HBO Max.
I've seen it at my private movie theater, but they do this once in a while. It'll be like, "Hey, guess what's coming?" But it's not there yet. So I seen the ad for it, and I got all hyped up earlier today because I
Yeah.
thought somebody said it's coming out on Christmas, but evidently it takes time to get on my private movie theater.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to. Matter of fact, I've got to cancel Disney Plus before the first of the month. Now that the Mandalorian's over.
So when you go to a place like that, back in the olden days, for the youngins that don't know, you couldn't watch movies except for going to a place and you had to pay them to walk in there and look at their movie. But then often they wouldn't care about, they'd have like 100 movies in there sometimes. So they didn't keep track of who was in what room watching what movie. So depending on the theater, you would either leave with everybody else at the end of the movie, and often you just wait till the very end. So because every once in a while there's something after the end of the credits, or maybe they throw a cartoon at the end for some reason. So you'd wait around forever, and then when they went in to clean the thing, you'd leave. So now you're way after all the regular people, and you just look to the rest of the place like you just went to the bathroom from some other movie. So you just take your decision of which movie theater you're going to go back into, and you go back into the middle of some other movie, and then just spend the rest of the day doing that.
Right.
Was one of the ways. Or yeah, if you just get sick of a movie, which this is probably why I don't care about finishing movies ever, I would watch the part I liked, and then we would watch the part we liked. It wasn't always my decision, whoever's decision. Like, okay, let's leave this one now because we'd seen it like 4 times, or maybe we were getting in trouble or something. And then we would walk out of there and just walk into another one. And most of the time, they just didn't even care. Like they didn't even. It must have been like watching one of them old Benny Hills where people kept running out of one side and into the other side, and then a different door would open and everybody'd follow. You know what I mean? Like there had to be like some kind of movie and funny watching 3 or 4 kids in little groups watching, walking out of one movie and into another. And then like, oh, that girl's in that one, so we're all going to that one. Or that kid from school is in that one. I'm not going to, it was all that kind of crap happening. So we'd see, like I said, we'd be at the movie theater sometimes, I don't know, forever. And then what would happen is you'd get like, "You kids get out of here." And then you'd go to some other mall for a couple of weeks until the same thing happened. And then you go back to the first mall or however many malls you had to rotate through, or movie theaters or whatever.
Yep.
So anyway, that's how we would do it. So is it like that? I guess that was the long ass way of saying, can you get up in the middle and just go watch another one for $30, or they keep track of you better?
No, you could. Yeah, you could, because, well, I say you could. I mean, until you were sitting in potentially somebody's seat. But odds are, if you go in the middle of a movie, You know what I'm saying? Somebody that has bought online, because we have that nowadays. They're probably, that's not going to be a reserved seat. Why would you reserve a seat and not show up till halfway through the movie? So
yeah, you'd already be missing the movie, so you wouldn't know or care. So in other words, they don't like lock the seats that aren't being bought or something.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So technically, you could. I mean, when we first got there, we went to the bathroom. I come out of the bathroom and I didn't remember what theater my wife said that it was in, because it's like 12 screens there, I think. And I couldn't find her. I was like, well, crap, maybe she went in. I don't remember where it's at. And anyway, I was looking at posters, the poster things they have by the door. And so anyway, I went in one, just walked in, and it was like in the middle of the movie. And I'm like, well, obviously this is not it, because this is in the middle of it. But I mean, I literally walked in and was able to like look up and down the aisles. And then of course I realized that it was halfway through and I'm like, this is not it. And it walked back out. Anyway, finally found her. But yeah, I walked right in there. I could have very easily sat down.
Clover.
Yeah.
The funny thing is every movie theater you walked into, there was only 4 people in each one. Was yours full, your theaters, or are they hurting like everywhere?
Oh no, it was, I'm going to say it was, let's see, the one I walked into was as full as the one we was in. And I would say it was at least 75% capacity.
Wow.
But this is on Christmas.
This is like the upscale movie joint though. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like the bar is there. They literally will bring you drinks and liquor while you're watching your movie. They will bring you the food off the menu.
That was the ones that you used to be able to smoke in. Like they would serve you drinks, food you could order from like a restaurant kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Weird. We had theaters where you could smoke, but that went away before the restaurants came in. And I'm curious, because you're from the Lone Star State, is that an Alamo Draft House theater?
No, it's a Studio Movie Grill or movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
because we have an
S&G Studio Movie Grill.
We have an Alamo Draft House here in Omaha, and that was the first one that I went to where you sat down and they would bring you beverages and food, like $25 nachos and $8 sodas.
Yeah, it's not cheap. I mean, you pay for the experience, I guess, or whatever. But we don't go that often, so it's not a huge deal. I was pissed because I go in and I wanted my chocolate milkshake, right? And they're like, we don't have any milk. And I'm like, are you serious? Are you kidding me? I come here, it is freaking Christmas. We come to the traditional Christmas movie. We picked your theater. Are you serious? You don't have any freaking milk? Really?
You should have told them I'll be right back. I would have gone and got milk and brought it to them. Free ticket.
We stopped at Whataburger on the way home, and I got my chocolate milkshake. So
Whataburger, damn it.
So that was the only thing. That was the only thing open on the way home. But
I would trade Alamo Draft House for a Whataburger any day.
We had a little movie theater over in Winter Park, where right near where I grew up in Orlando. They were called the Enzium Theater, and it was like it was a draft house. You could smoke in there. They would serve you food. It wasn't real expensive, but it was more artsy fartsy kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But they played Blair Witch. When that movie first came out, they were the first ones to show it. Me and my friend went and seen that movie there.
Yeah.
When did that movie come out?
Long time ago. This was definitely upscale. The bartenders, I mean, you've seen the movie. I'm sure you've seen the movie Cocktail, probably. Remember that from years ago? How they throw the bottles around and spin them and all that. They do all that crazy stuff behind the bar, and Yep. So.
Yeah, the first time I went wandering and poking my head in a movie theater here in town called Cinema Center That's where I got my first view of Blade Runner. That was summer of '82. I think we had gone to see The Thing with my dad, and I went to the John, played Joust, and ducked into that thing, and went home and told him about it. And he's like, "Oh, just a second." Goes over to his bookcase and hands me a copy of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and I was just over the moon.
Well, normally, I mean, we would go to that one very rarely. My wife would go to that one with like my youngest daughter. Pretty regular. Me and her would go occasionally to that one. And then I guess it was last year or maybe year before last, because we had done the Christmas movie thing for many, many years. Had to be pushing close to 2 decades. And never missed a Christmas. And then, kids growing up, moving away, and just things, life happens, right? And so that fell apart. So this was the first year in 2 years, 1 or 2 years, I don't know, that we went. And since it's just us, normally, I mean, when you've got, son and daughter and son-in-law and grandbabies and whatever, we go to the cheap movie. You know what I'm saying? We don't go to the swanky joint. Just because of what it costs, and we try to go to a matinee on top of that, right? But just being me and the wife
automatically means like a bunch of kids and noise and way more people instead of the calm, chill bunch of old people watching a movie quietly, right?
Well, the matinee though is it's cheaper, is what I was getting at.
Well, no, I hear you, but I'm just saying. But then you sacrifice that you got a noisy theater with a bunch of kids and they're farting around with foil and stuff. Where I imagine in a nice theater, you're getting a more nice experience, I guess.
Yeah, it's not really loud. There's not a lot of stuff that goes on, so it's fairly quiet. I say it's fairly quiet. That's the loudest sound system in that place, though. That if you're not careful, it'll give you a headache.
Well, that's the thing. I haven't even been to one of these yet. I haven't been to a movie since I can't remember the last movie, but it was definitely a matinee. So I haven't been to one of these fancy ones at all yet.
Yeah, that's nice.
You still get the discount at Twilight shows, right? Should know the little knee biters be home eating dinner. It's like the 6 o'clock show or some shit like that. 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with like matinee. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, even at the swanky joint, anything earlier than like 6 o'clock is, I don't remember, half price, ticket price. There's like half price or whatever. But that doesn't mean a whole lot when if you're going and you're going to get food. And there's no reason to go there if you're not going to get food. I mean, seriously. The pretzel bites are freaking amazing. The popcorn even's amazing because it's gourmet style popcorn. It's not like movie theater, in the big machine with just some butter. Good Lord, they got all kind of different flavors of popcorn. And, I mean, you can have ice cream brownie sundaes, and there's burgers and pizzas, all kinds of burgers and pizzas, and Mexican food plates and Chinese food plates, and it's crazy.
Damn, that's like you don't even pay attention to the movie. You're like, the food was so good.
Nah, you pay attention to the movie. Well, I guess depends on what it, It's a weird thing because we always get it online, get the tickets, and so we can pick our seats, because I always want 2 seats on the end of an aisle up toward the top, because that's like the best view. And then you're on the end of the aisle. There's a couple of things. First of all, there's plenty of room for people to walk in front of you. That's what's awesome about it. There's literally, I mean, there's no moving your feet or anything like that, right? But so being on the end is not an issue for like having to get up and move around necessarily. Now, you still walk in front of people, right? But you're not having to shuffle sideways and crap. But I like the end seats because there's lights on the floor, for like the aisle there on the end. And so you got a little bit of light. But what I was going to say, it's kind of a weird experience, especially depending on what kind of movie you're watching, because some are darker movies than others. They're taking place at night, or like Batman, for example, right? And so trying to eat about halfway in the dark. And that also, for me, eating is like kind of a visual thing as well. So it's
Yeah.
just, it's a weird experience. And I'm not saying that the food tastes bad or different necessarily because of it or anything else, but it's just kind of a weird experience. Like, we eat a lot, like sitting on the bed watching TV in the bedroom, right? And I will turn on the light at the night. It drives my wife up the wall, but I'll go in there and I'll turn on my lamp on the nightstand to sit down and eat. And she's like, "You got to have the light to eat." And I'm like, "Yeah, pretty much." It's like, I don't know what it is, but I want to be able to see my food.
I think anybody that's ate something they didn't want to understands that.
Oh yeah.
Or at least halfway ate something and you're like, I'm eating with the light on from now on.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I mean, tipping back a popcorn bucket or something like that, that's one thing, because you know, the just the weight alone, you know what you're getting into. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be digging on anything in the dark.
Yeah. I don't know.
Besides, we eat first with our eyes, right?
Yeah, like I said, it's not bad or anything. It's just, it's definitely different.
And what is this, like some kind of tray table where you're laying back like in some kind of weird like hospital slash situation, or are you like sitting leaning forward at a table?
No, it's well, you can lean forward. The chairs recline, or kind of, yeah, I guess the back
They're like
of it, right?
lazy.
Do what now?
I got the impression they're like a bunch of lazy boys in a room. Like it's one.
They're kind of, yeah, they're kind of like a lazy boy. The back will move like up and down, like you're like in a car, right? How the seat moves. And then you got four big cup holders on each arm of the chair. And everybody has their own arms, right, of the chairs. So you don't share an arm.
Shared arm, yeah.
Yeah. And then on the right arm, there's a tray that I'm going to say is probably, it's not huge. So you got to be careful how much food you get, but, or at least, but you can schedule them to bring it at certain times. That's another thing you can do too.
Oh, it's kind of like an airplane then, where it's attached to the seat.
Yeah, it's attached to the seat, and you like pull it over. And
okay, I've been into airplanes where the chair,
it's probably 12 by
the table comes up out of the armrest.
Yeah, it's definitely bigger than the airline stuff I've ever seen, but it's probably 12 by 16 or something like that. And it's got a ridge around it. You know what I mean? So you put stuff on it. You don't got to worry about knocking it off. But like I said, not huge.
But it's not like you're eating spaghetti or like a steak. You're getting like a hamburger or like something you're picking.
Or it's like I said, for the most part, yeah, they got some Chinese bowls and some different things like that. So there are like some noodles and different things. But yeah, they'll like if you get, they'll ask you like, how do you want it? So you know, if you get like an appetizer, a main, and a dessert, so you could tell them just bring it when it's ready, or you could tell them bring me my appetizer when it's ready, and I don't want my entree until this time. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like halfway through the movie, and then bring me my dessert, I don't know, 10 minutes before the movie ends or something. You know what I mean? Something like that. And you can break it down and they'll bring it to you at certain times or whatever. It's pretty cool.
Whenever I'm in a restaurant, if appetizers are involved, I tell them do not fire my entree until after you clear the appetizer, because I hate getting crowded. You know, they fire everything at the same time, and you're trying to enjoy your app, and your meat's getting cold.
I've never scheduled anything because, first of all, my milkshake is my drink, so I had to have like a Pepsi or something tonight, which sucked. But so I want it immediately, or with my, as long as I get it, you know, by the time I get my other food, right? So I usually tell them just as soon as it's ready, and more often than not, the appetizer comes out first, and usually The appetizer will come out first, and I usually get a glass of water. And so the appetizer and a glass of water will get there, and then I don't think I've ever had a time that I haven't finished the appetizer before the entree got there. And then like my entree and my milkshake, usually will come, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes after I finish the appetizer. So I've never bothered with scheduling anything. Now my wife scheduled her ice cream sundae this time. Um, I don't know. You'd have to ask her why she did that, but I think she did it just because even though we've never scheduled anything before, or I don't think she has.
Well, it depends on what kind of sundae you're talking about. If it's something like a hot fudge, I wouldn't want that to be sitting there getting the hot part cold while you're looking at it, right? Like, go ahead and make that when I'm ready so that I can enjoy the hot part hot.
That's true. I guess so. Yeah.
But I don't know what kind she got her with.
That makes sense. It was dark, so I ate one. I shared one with my youngest daughter a couple years back or so. But again, it was dark, and it was ice cream, it was chocolate, there was some kind of a cinnamon, sugar cookie, tortilla, something in it, and a brownie, and I don't know. Everybody's dropping like flies, but y'all been going a long time tonight.
That's been going for a while, but Echo jumped in. So David is a good friend of Dead Horse. They were chatting for years on gun channels about reloading. But when I say talking about reloading, that's like somebody saying G-Webs talks about 2A once in a while. Like that's pretty much all they ever talk about. So I like that stuff. It goes in there, one out in one ear out the other. I don't retain any of it, but it's interesting to hear about. And it was the kind of what do you want to say, like topics of conversation that was readily and whenever necessary would jump over to 2A. So I could hang out there, and whenever something 2A hit the radar, no, it was just a slight alteration. It wasn't like a giant trying to get everybody to talk about 2A or feeling like, oh, I'm the jerk who wants to bring up our rights or whatever. Instead, it was like, hey, let's talk about something gun related, and then whenever it's necessary, we'll just flip over into 2A, and then whenever it's done, we can flip back over into ours hold standby. Right. So those guys were a lot of fun to chat with. Plus, like they all just went nuts buying stuff. So I don't know if I can't say it's like they're new to the hobby. I just think it was new to finding friends that were as jazzed about it as them. So they were just reinvigorated maybe and started obtaining things that they had wanted, and knowing each other and others gave them an excuse to pursue, going a little bit nuts, I suppose. But that was a lot of fun watching. I mean, I don't like watching people buy for the sake of buying, but I certainly like watching people who've done something with a lot of interest and finally got to the point where they started to, what do you say, like treat yourself to some of the pieces that they've been wanting to add to their set of tools, basically, because most of the time they were just creating more and more and more ammo of various calibers. And then anyway, a lot of fun. So we haven't talked to David in a while, so I'm glad he jumped in.
All right.
But otherwise, we've been chatting for a bit, but it's Christmas, so it's unique. And it's also Friday. So it's the last day of the week. I don't know if Travis said he's doing his show tomorrow. I don't know if Rick's doing his show tomorrow. I'm assuming G23 will, just because he's been pretty consistent. I don't think he misses anything.
All right. Well, I will be headed to the local gun shop because they are open tomorrow. I called yesterday, or I sent a text yesterday. I think it was yesterday, and asked. So headed up there. Not sure if I'm gonna be bringing anything home. Maybe. Just we'll see how it goes. Kind of depends on what they got in. I've had my eye on I'm not even sure who it's made by. I do know it's a single action 4440. And I'm pretty sure it's a New Birdie, but it could be a Cimarron, which is made by Uberti. It also could be a Taylor's, which is probably also made by Uberti. So yeah, I don't know whose name's on it, brand name, but
4440.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
What are you going to use a 4440 single shot?
No, revolver.
Oh, I thought you
Single
meant
action.
single barrel. Okay.
Yeah,
Single action. Okay. Now that makes more sense. I'm like that. I couldn't figure out why you'd want like a tiny little thing in a single shot. That makes way more sense.
Right. No, single action. Single action. Yeah, I've got some brass here for 4440. I don't have much, and I forgot how I even come about it.
Oh, you
But
don't have 4440s? It's not something you already shoot?
no, I don't already have any for it. No, I do not have. That's a caliber I do not have. So I would have
I like it. I don't shoot it or nothing, but when I look at it, I go, I like it. It's like it looks like it has a good proportion to the caliber, like a good, or to the chamber, like, or what do you call it, like to the case, like a good.
Yeah.
Like some of them look stupid. Like this thing looks fragile or dumb. Like this looks like it would get bent all the time, or it's just worthless. Like some of them look stupid.
Oh, it's a hardy caliber for sure.
Yeah, that's one I've always liked.
But and an old caliber.
That's what I say. It's super old. It was back when they just had different ideas of what guns could do, and metals were just different. Like they had to do certain things just to get power downrange back in the day.
Right. And I was I'll have to get some dies, but I've got pretty much everything else I can reload. And I know it comes with at least one box of ammo if I decide to pick that one up and if they've still got it. I know that it comes with at least one box of ammo. And maybe even more than one, but I know at least one. So I'll have that. I mean, it's just a matter of picking up a box of or picking up some dies, and I could cast lead for it if I don't already have some some projectiles here. So have some fun with it, play around with it. It's not going to be something I probably shoot a whole lot, but expand the caliber collection a little bit. It's about like my experience with it in the past. Maybe a 44 special. Maybe.
You talking recoil or like power down range?
Yeah, both. Yeah, both.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. That's something. I guess there probably are whatever the equivalent of like cowboy action shooters or old folks or something that would shoot at water jugs with old guns. But I don't watch people shoot at them with new guns.
I mean, it's probably not even close to a 44 special with a cowboy load. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like you max it out.
Well, if you're talking like a cowboy game, like single action, for sure. But see, I don't pay attention to like what I'm in Tucson, so we live in the olden days place where the stuff happened. So there's a whole nother set of dudes that moved here after they retired because they dig being cowboys so much that they moved here after they retired so they could live here. Right. And they get into it in a whole nother level. But not in the technical level and like a theoretical, like let's remember. So just listening to a bunch of radio shows and stuff, I got a taste of all that. But again, like listening to Dead Horse and Echo, like I know I heard the stories. It doesn't mean I remember it all.
Right. Yep.
But when I was thinking when you said 4440, I was thinking like a big old black powder, but cartridge gun, some like Quigley or something. What do you got that? Because when you started saying Taylor and stuff, I just did the 50 states thing, and not something I care that much about, so not something I ever paid attention to. But whenever I was doing the book or trying to do the research for the book, I was trying to hit all these states that don't have a ton of manufacturers, so like Montana and Wyoming and shit. And that's where I guess it's to some level I figured out who kept going with those guns, and that's where they're made, somewhere up there. But I don't really remember the details. But I'm just wondering, is that something you're fond of, like the Quigley gun and the modern versions of it?
Oh yeah,
that's something again that
I don't own any of those. My dad actually owned one years ago, and then he do what now?
Like a falling block or something?
Yeah, sharps. Yeah. Yeah. In what is that? A 45 110, I think.
Well, that's the thing. It kind of depends on. I don't remember if Quigley's was a 110 or a 120, but yeah, they make like a lot of different calibers once you start getting into them, and then it kind of depends. Well, this is for elephant, and this is for antelope, and this is for
whatever.
But I don't know if it's all about because you're trying to shove old-fashioned, well, in an old-fashioned way, lead. And that means, I want a lot of lead because I want it to have energy, or I want a little lead because I want it to be accurate, or whatever the differences are. They would literally just have to build the whole gun around it, from what I understand, because they didn't do the other way around. They didn't play with ammo back then. It was like, this is the bullet, and if I want it to do something different, I'm using a different bullet.
Well,
Right?
I know that one of the reasons is, and it's a matter of getting the money or potentially being able to to con Henry out of one. But the the original Henrys that Henry is making again. I say again, it's a whole new company. But what they call the new original, they make it in
They're not bringing
44.
it to life, but they're what's the word? Resurrecting the model.
Yeah, basically, right. But anyway, it comes in 4440. So that's one of the reasons. It's like,
Really?
if I sneak into they make it in 4440 and 45 Colt, and 4440 just sounds way more original to have a replica of that old Henry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would not want it in Colt. That seems dumb.
Yeah,
just because I never even heard of such a thing back in the day.
Right. Because it was originally it was 44 Henry.
I was gonna say, I don't even think I ever heard of anybody boring it out to 45. Like I never even seen like a modified one. And even back in the day when nobody would have cared, they just wanted a more practical gun. Nobody did that kind of stuff.
Well, see, it was originally 44 Henry, and then when Winchester took it over with the Winchester Golden Rifle, that's when they developed the 4440. So
when did they develop when did the nitro rounds start up?
Oh, good Lord. I don't know.
Because you're talking about like the 110, 44, like 44, 110 and stuff like that. That's like that's almost a nitro, if not, right?
No.
No,
okay.
I'm sure nitro stands for nitroglycerin or something, because when I understand, you got black powder, which is, a bunch of different powders kind of smashed together, and then that turns into something that catches fire. And then after a while, they figured out, well, if you take nitroglycerin, you put it on like paper, that works. And if you take that same nitroglycerin, you put it in cotton, that works. And if you take it and you put it on string, that works. Like they kept just putting nitroglycerin on different things that would change the rate that it chemically reacted or whatever, or how safe it was. So at some point they started going with nitrocellulose and this and the other thing. So I'm guessing that the nitro part of it has to do with like what's in it, and that's probably, well, it says 1856. Or no, the express part is from 1856. The nitro part is from 1898. So it says it's from cordite. It says the already popular 450 black powder with cordite was used for dangerous game, and then to various people cartridges with cordite, and cordite was, I think, nitroglycerin on a piece of cord. And they would just cut a length of that cord and shove it in there, and that's what would burn.
Right.
And I guess it's all about probably like speed. Like that probably burns at some rate, and then eventually it's not even getting into here. But yeah, it doesn't tell me on a skim. But I'm guessing it has, because they keep talking about cordite. I'm guessing it was like whenever the next thing came from cordite.
Right on. As long as we're on 44 and things I don't know enough about. So 44 mag, backward compatible to 44 special. What about 44 Russian? Is that just a shorter case?
No.
Okay.
Are they insist on making their own guns, and then they use different rulers and did their own things?
Okay, so you can't shove a 44 Russian in a 44 special or a 44 mag.
Oh, definitely not. Is it
okay?
It's super old. 44 Magnum and the other one are newer, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. No, it's probably more than just like they're all 44 caliber. That's just our way of saying let's figure out a way. Because more than likely, I'm guessing 44 Russian. I don't remember, but it's probably not rimmed. It's probably some square rim or some fucked up weird shit from Russia rim, like because they didn't have the same practices as we got.
All developed by Smith & Wesson.
Oh, it was? Well, then I'm wrong. But that's the thing is sometimes you see like a different shape back there. Like the thing we were just talking about, nitro, that's a rimmed case, right? Like that's got or a banded case or something. It's got like a different shape in the back.
Yeah. But like the 44 Magnum was like in the 1950s or something.
Yeah, what was
and the Russian was like back in the like 1870s.
Okay.
Just because somebody in Russia wanted it. So if Smith & Wesson made it, then
there's a because people say 44, right? So there's the 44 cap and ball, which is technically a 45 ball.
Right.
So because there's the 44 cap and ball, and because you had 4440, right? And 44 Russian way back then, people look at these single action revolvers nowadays that are chambered in 44 Magnum, and they think that that's an old cartridge. You feel me? Because of the connotation of 44, and it's not.
I don't know.
But you don't see a lot of single actions in 44 Magnum because of the case pressure and all. It's got those old guns wouldn't hold up.
Oh, no doubt.
You mean almost have to have a modern day, Super Blackhawk or something like that.
I was typing in something and I was doing ammo research and I found I don't remember, it was Pinterest or somebody's website, but it was basically a collection of photographs and they were labeled something like these are all from, I'm going to forget if they were either from I'll remember it if I'm not trying to think of it, but a famous hunter guy. And they said something to the effect of all these pictures were taken at the museum, but then they were all stolen or misplaced from the museum. So if anybody knows where they are, here's the pictures of them. And they basically had pictures of these like little envelopes. Like if you went to the Ace Hardware and bought a bunch of screws, they give you that little paper envelope that's a little bit bigger than a business card, but it's an envelope. You know what I'm talking about? Like, so it's just these little paper envelopes, and so that you can write on it. And the guy had written, dang it, why can't I think of who the guy's name was? Elmer Keith. It was Elmer Keith's ammo.
Right.
So and it was all these pictures, and it was basically all these bullets that he reclaimed out of critters or something. Right. So like they'd have little notes, and it'd be like this one, found 6 foot behind it in the dirt, 200-pound elk, Wyoming or something, or like this one was, they would always have like the cartridge and the grains and all that stuff. Because this is when they were developing all this shit. So that's the neat part is they got done with the wars and they had all these bullets and they're like, well, that's neat. We have as many bullets as we want. We have as many cases as we want. We have as much gunpowder as we want, and as many primers as we want. So how can we think with it and make them better? So they start, doing this or that or the other thing. And then at some point they go, this isn't enough for us anymore. Like, let's start chopping that case up or let's start smushing it, doing something to it. And then after a while, they're like, okay, we ran out of the surplus. So now what we learned there, let's just start cranking out something new. And that's when companies start going, oh, people want something new? Like, now let's start making things out of copper. So it's interesting to see like all that layout. That's what I'm trying to keep track of, but it seems like there's a lot of it. But yeah, that stuff's pretty interesting to see the development and it's pretty much just interested people experimenting and sharing, right? And then stuff catches on, and I guess I don't know how, I think sometimes it's like the best what combination of characteristics works, and that's what lives, like a 44 Magnum, let's say, it just worked out for everybody. But I'm guessing some of it is just good marketing. Like there was probably things that were good, but they weren't, the person who invented it was a dick or didn't know how to tell anybody, and somebody else came along and made something that's 3/4 as good, and that was a writer or somebody that took pictures of everything, so that lived.
Right.
But that's the thing. Every time I start digging into ammo, they turn into phone books. Like there's just too much of that.
Yeah. Like how many cartridges or whatever is Keith responsible for? Do you know?
Me? No, not at all. I only know that like many because of all of that.
Yeah.
But as I discover more, it's like, I don't know how to describe it. Like the level of interest and paying attention, right, was just crazy. Like the amount of stuff that they were paying attention to when you think like, oh, they invented another caliber. I guess I never paid attention to it. I always assumed it was like, yeah, they had nothing else better to do. Like in one of these chats, so like on a Friday, they said, hey, what if we cram that chocolate and that peanut butter together? Oh yeah, now there's Reese's peanut butter cups, no big deal. But no, this was like long time of like, I don't know, did like a whole bunch of people miss elks or something, or were they like shooting elks and the elks were like, ha ha, and ran off? Like something happened to piss these guys off because they went after it with like a passion, or they were just like nerds, right? More than likely, they're probably just nerds, right? Like, well, what happens if we crank it up a grain? Now, what happens if we crank it up another grain?
Right.
Oh, that blew up. Oh, that blew up.
Right. Yeah.
That's a whole other thing is
Well, I
happening there.
mean-
Like, guns is a whole thing.
Well, I mean, 357, 44, 41, you know, all Keith, right?
Yeah, and that's just like drill a
that's
bigger
like-
hole in that cylinder. Drill a
that's
bigger hole. Oh, that was too big a hole.
Yeah. But when you get into rifle stuff, I mean, he had a ton of Wildcat that modern stuff was built off of. You know, 300 H&H Magnum comes to mind. 458 Winchester Magnum comes to mind. And I don't know that he came up with them, but they were, if he didn't, at the very least, they were built off of some of his Wildcat. You know what I'm saying? He come up with something and somebody basically copied it really closely.
Well, and I think that's what happens, right? Is somebody back in the day, it's like, oh, I came up with 300, blah, blah, blah. And then he tells his friend, and then it tells done. And then somebody else is like, what if you took 300 and made it into blah, blah, blah? And then that guy's like, heck, that's a great idea. I'm going to pursue that. And then now there's somebody else who thinks they came up with 300. Blah,
Yeah, or
blah,
he like necks it down by 3,000s. You know what I mean? Or some weird something like that. Or he makes it slightly longer, you know, or some weird something and they call it something totally different. Yeah.
And I'm noticing that, not we're talking about ammo, but I've noticed that with competition sports, like the sports themselves, and then you start getting into it, and then something will happen, and somebody will be like, well, yeah, theirs is okay, but I insist that by having it a quarter inch shorter, or I insist by doing this different rule change, it's going to be different. And then a bunch of people are like, oh, dang, you're right. That is better.
Right.
Holy moly. I just hit the 4-hour mark. So I think just to be here's the thing, it's Christmas, and even though we are far superior than a regular daytime chat that covers behind scripts and programming, I do like to play fair. So I'm going to play with one hand tied behind my back intentionally, just to make it fair for them. The lesser shows, we'll cut this one at 4 hours, even though we could have easily done an 8-hour show on Christmas. I feel bad for you people that are listening right now, because you're going to have to miss out on all the stuff's going to happen off air. But we'll be back on Monday, maybe. But Clover does a show on Mondays.
Yep.
Gizzard will be doing a show on Sunday. Locked and Little Latinas do a show on Sunday. And yeah, all kinds of interesting stuff to happen next year. Thanks for showing up. We'll be back to pick up later.